Oh. Yes!
I don't promise to keep using any accents. It's probably better that I don't, because I've recognized that we're kind of in probably a region that's something like French Spanish, and everything I do turns into some kind of Irish. We had resolved to visit Klaus. The Golden Hand Inn is new. Who's built this in 7 years? Hello, Andreas. How are you enjoying your stay? It's been wonderful, Hannah. Thank you. Oh, good. You're in the best room we have. I'm glad it's to your liking. Was there anything else? No, thank you. Until later. Until then. Casual conversation like a compliment in the room. Killian. Do I remember the name Killian from before? Good day, Master Maler. Ah, Master Maler, is it? Hello and welcome to the Golden Hand. I'm Nico Berger. I own this land house and run it with my wife Hannah and our son Killian. I believe my boy helped you to your room. Is it to your liking? It's lovely, thank you. Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. When you arrived in town, one of the locals said you lived here a few years back. Yes, I work for the Abbey as an artist. Ah, I see. I heard that you were involved in solving a murder. Yes, out of necessity. The wrong man was being accused of the crime. A friend of mine. I heard it was the prior at the Abbey. That the Baron was a sacrifice in some diabolical spell the brother was casting. No, he wasn't casting a spell. The Baron wasn't a sacrifice. Where did you hear that? Oh, bits and pieces that people have said here and there. It sounds like the story has changed in the last 7 years. I meant no offense, Master Maler. I just find it to be an interesting story. I have to go. Of course. Of course. Again, I meant no offense. Well, I'll leave you to your day. Until later. Until then. I don't feel I need to be too confrontational with this person over it. Hello, Andreas. We out in the meadows, perhaps? Set this tea to drain for a moment. I can access the map. Okay, the Golden Hand Inn is in a place where there wasn't a building before, from what I can recall. The Gertner farm and the widow Kemperin still look as they did, at least for now. As does the Kiersau Abbey, but I wouldn't expect that to change. It's raining again. Oh, it's Otto. How are you doing? Just do it. You know it's the right thing. I don't understand why this is so hard for you. Otto, I'm scared. It's dangerous to cross the Abbot. Would you prefer the alternative? You don't need to do that, Otto. I understand. I'm just saying. Andreas. Andreas Maler. It's good to see you again, old friend. Otto, you're looking well. This is my apprentice, Kaspar Ziegler, from Salzburg. Good day. Ah, that answers that. I thought he might be your son. We don't grow them that fast, even in Nuremberg. They grow fast enough around here. Ava and I just had our first, little Otto, though we call him Otz. Congratulations to you both. That's wonderful news. Thank you. It's been a trial with Dad gone, but Clara and Ursula help out where they can. Sorry to hear about your father. That's life. At least he's with the Lord now, free of his aches and pains. I know Ava wrote to you about my father's death, Andreas. Why didn't you write back? I'm sorry, I just Things got busy after I left Tassing. Sorry to interrupt, but I should be heading back. I feel like I should remember your face, but I can't place it. Oh, don't trouble yourself. It's me, Martin, remember? You've grown. It's been known to happen with children. Huh. As much as I love whiling away the horns in the meadow, I have a lot to attend to. Otto, I'll see you at the meeting later. Andreas, until later. Good to see you, Martin. Pain in my ass. Is something happening in town? You picked an interesting time to visit. Come by the town commons in a while. I think you'll be interested to hear what I have to say. Actually, I was just on my way to see Klaus. Tell him to come too. He's been dragging his feet. Until later. It's possible, in Act 1, that we could have been very cruel to Martin. We could have sought to pin things on him. We could have ruined his life. But maybe now he's a better person. Andreas, I heard you were back in Tassing. God bless you. God bless you, Father Thomas. It's good to see you again. Hopefully this visit will be less eventful than your last. Tassing has enough going on as it is. We have our bonfire for St. John's Eve tomorrow night. People get up to all sorts of mischief. And then it's my job to hear their confessions in the days that follow. Not to mention the grumbling the peasants are making. Let's just talk, brother. No need to scare our guest with such things. I'm sure there is trouble. Master Maler will be the first to stick his nose in it. It's easy enough for you to come and go. You don't have to live with the consequences. After Ferenc was executed, Father Abbot made Matthew the new prior. Ferenc may have been annoying, but Matthew is even worse. Thanks for that. It would have been better for everyone if you had simply allowed Brother Piero to die. After all, he only had a few years left anyway. You're a buffoon and a coward who hides behind his habit. Friends, there's no need for such ire. Forgive me, Father Thomas, I let my passions get the better of me. Besides, that's not even why I came down here. I actually came to speak to you on the Abbot's behalf, Andreas. Father Gernot would like to invite you to come to the library tomorrow morning if you're interested in purchasing some of our books. Oh, wonderful, fantastic. Wait. Are things so bad the Abbot has to sell off Kiersau's greatest treasures? The Abbey needs the money more than it needs ink-stained parchment. No one values these books anymore, except perhaps you. The library is not quite ready yet, as it does not see much use. Come by tomorrow morning. Mother Illuminata can show you what's available. She's Mother Illuminata now. Mother Illuminata? Yes, since Mother Cecilia passed a few years ago. How did she die? Peacefully, in her sleep. So, tomorrow morning? All right, tell him to expect me. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed. And, Andreas, I apologize for my harsh words before. It was rash. Brother Piero was a pious man and a skilled artist. We miss him. I appreciate you saying that. I miss him too. Excellent. I'm so glad you two were able to work things out. Oh, Father Thomas, do you have a moment to speak inside the church? I think so. Why? A private matter. Oh, of course. Until tomorrow. God bless you, Andreas. Is the stream displaying correctly? The stream manager was doing something odd. Okay, it looks like it's displaying correctly. OBS dropped to 0 viewers, which should be impossible. I'm a viewer. Everything looks a little nicer. Clow is the Druckers, isn't it? It's a new daughter, isn't it? Andreas? I'm sorry, Klaus. I know it's been a long time. 7 years. 7 years and nothing from my friend Andreas. First Bert, and Marie just after Magdalene was born. My wife always thought highly of you. I can't believe you didn't write back after I told you they had passed. I'm sorry, I should have written. Yes, you should have. Too late for that now, though. Hello. She likes you. Your business seems to have grown. What are you printing? The 12 articles. They were originally written by Swabian peasants who were demanding changes from their lords. Freedom from serfdom. Freedom to hunt and use the woods as God intended. Freedom from compulsory labor. Abolition of the inheritance tax, fair appraisal of rent, the return of property to common use and ownership. The way his text is printed is uneven now. Is that because he's older? Bavaria isn't Swabia. Their complaints are just as valid for the peasants of Tassing. This must be what Otto is talking about later. He wanted me to bring you along. Yes, he's asked. I may come, I may not. The abbot has been squeezing the peasants for years. Now he's squeezing the townsfolk, and we're pushing back. Their cause is righteous, Andreas. If you haven't seen the Gartners lately, you should visit them. Then Otto had you print these? Yes, why? Well, I didn't think he could read. He can't. Just about everyone else in town can. He speaks, I print. Just trying to do my part, I suppose. I'm sorry. I'm still not in the mood for this late reunion. I'm back for dinner tomorrow. You should go to the Commons, hear what Otto has to say. It's worth hearing. Of course, I will see you then. Be good while we're gone, Magdalene. Will you be good? Yeah, we will. Oh, it takes me past meal time. So many people. A lot of familiar faces, slightly aged in many cases. Time is a little tricky. I see Attilia, though. She's in the lower right, down over here. Everyone listen. We all know why we're here. Nothing I'm going to say will be a surprise. Nothing I'm going to say hasn't already been spoken behind closed doors, whispered to your neighbors. Nothing I'm going to say is untruthful, so it's time we started saying it openly. Year after year, the Abbey has found new ways to tax the peasants. Piece by piece, the Abbey has taken away our rights to use God's forest to support our families. Law after law gets heaped on us, restrictions on how we can pay rent, limits on where we can move, who we can wed. And now the death tax, which once claimed only our best animal and garment, takes half our estate. No consideration for widows, no consideration for children. What about the town council, the Rathau? Surely that's a sign that the abbot wishes to share his power to listen to our grievances. You have a good heart, Ulrich. You always want to see the best in people. But no. The council is a way for the abbot to divide us, to pit a favored few against the many. This is not charity, no. Only greed and desperation drive Father Gernot. You'd think that if the abbot could, he'd steal a dead man's soul from heaven itself. And when we protested, what did Father Gernot do? He locked the shrine of St. Moritz. He won't allow the people of this town, the farmers of this land, to pray before the relic. Now, when we most need the intercession of our saint, the abbot has shut us out. Father Gernot's actions aren't just. They aren't Christian. We've endured this abuse for too long. It's time we let the abbot know we won't take it anymore. Too right? You're here. Yes. This has to stop. Let's fix this. Stop. This is foolish. Soldiers are already patrolling nearby towns. If you push against the abbey, you'll incur the Duke's wrath. You could get the town razed and everyone killed. Anna's right. The Duke is a powerful force in Bavaria. You're playing a dangerous game, Otto. You lot are no match for trained soldiers. If you don't relent, you'll be ground into dust like the Swabian peasants. We could always grind you up instead, Lennart. You might be right if there are already soldiers about. I don't know about this. We must stand for what is right. Don't be shy. Speak up if you have cause. We won't be overrun. The peasants of Salzburg were able to take the city and have their cause heard. If the people can get the Archbishop of Salzburg to listen to them, then we can do the same with the abbot. Do you think my family in Salzburg is all right? Don't worry, civilian losses removed. Probably fine. Oh no, maybe we should go to Salzburg after this. Enough is enough. We can't stand by while the abbot continues treating us poorly. People all over Swabia are taking back their God-given rights. Why shouldn't we do the same? A righteous cause? Martin's right. We deserve better. We can do this. Well spoken, Martin. Everyone ought to consider what he said. Martin has proved dependable these last few years. But if the words of men can't persuade you, perhaps a sign from a greater power will. The abbot may have locked us out of our saint's shrine, but God has shown me that he is with us. I think that's all I should say for now. Thank you all for coming. We never did find a copy of that book last time. It's still, we still have to wonder if Martin is the one who absconded with it, or if it was about the killer. I think the killing was over this book, about the history of Tassing. Good day, Andreas. It's been too long. It's lovely to see you again. Hello, Andreas. I'm surprised to see you after your long absence from Tassing. At this rate, we thought we'd never see you again. I was on the road back to Nuremberg, actually. I wondered how you all were getting along. Oh, things are not good at all. We're in the middle of a strange season. Ah, you found the Gertners. Your speech was very rousing, Otto. I swear they get better each time. I hope the Duke doesn't catch word of this, Otto. The town could suffer for it. We're past the point of caring, Maler. If you were in our position, you'd understand that. You're right. It's not my place to judge. I'm just concerned. It's appreciated, but we know the risks. Otto, did you really see a sign from God? Is that true? It is, Andreas. I swear. Come talk to me later. I'll tell you what I can. All right? Anyway, Andreas, you and yours should come by the house for supper. We'd be delighted to have you. That sounds wonderful. We'll be there, Clara. On to Vespers. Andreas Maler. Didn't expect to ever see you back in Tassing. You look like you've done well for yourself. Thanks. And how have you been? Not good. I never was able to get a hold of old Rannig's land. I might have been able to take over my brother's plot, but I'm sure you heard Martin found his way back. I don't know. Even if I had 2 extra plots, the abbot would find some way to make me regret it. We're taxed so hard we can't keep up, Andreas. It sounds like a lot of people are upset with the abbot these days. They have good reason to be. I know you didn't get on well with the man either. Father Matthias never let things get this bad. Anyway, good to see you, Andreas, even if you're just passing through. Until later. There's no sheep in the back. No animals at all. Ursula's older. Hello. Hello, Ursula. Do you remember me? No. Should I? No. You used to poke me in the foot with a stick to wake me up. I did. You did. I stayed in the room upstairs. I kind of remember that. I think you told me a story once. Mom and Dad sometimes talk about you. They say you went away for more training. What was that like? Well, while I was in Krakow, I learned a new printing technique. No, not about the art, Andreas. About your travels. All right, all right. Let's do things that are, fun for children. I saw a cave where a dragon lived. What? Really? Yes. Under a hill the locals call Wawa. When the dragon was alive, so hungry it demanded 3 cattle to eat every day. Or what? Or it would eat 3 cattle's worth of people. But eventually the king got tired of this and came up with a scheme. They fed the dragon a cattle skin filled with sulfur. What's sulfur? A stone that burns. They set a small fire in the heart of the sulfur. After the dragon ate it, the fire spread and burned the dragon from the inside. But it's gone now, right? Yes, of course. I couldn't have visited its cave if it were still alive, could I? Oh, right. Can I ask you something? Of course. Do you know the stories about Perkta and the Wild Hunt? I know about Perkta. In Germanic folklore, the Wild Hunt is a supernatural cavalcade of spirits and fiends which may cause destruction, important war, or other catastrophe if not adequately appeased. Ah, okay. It is. I assumed it was similar to the Wild Hunt from The Witcher 3, but the interpretation is always a little different. I didn't learn about them until I lived here. Why? Are they bad? Bad how? People say my grandpa used to talk about Perkta and spirits and charms. And the old woman, Tilia, she talks about them too, and says all these words I don't understand. She told me they're part of the old ways or something. So why do you think they're bad? Well, my dad says that I shouldn't listen to any of it. He said it's nonsense and that Father Thomas would be mad. He said he only tolerates it with old people because they're too stuck in their ways. I don't want to get in trouble, but Attilia says if I don't learn the old ways, they'll just be forgotten. Why are you asking me? I'm afraid if I ask someone else, they'll tell my dad, or worse, Father Thomas. So, are they bad? No, they're not bad. You should learn what you can while you can. Really? Yes, it's important for you to carry on the stories and knowledge of your ancestors. Told the story of the girl among the oranges, and told the story of the Wawel dragon. Oh, that makes sense. Thanks, Andreas. Until later. Hello, Andreas. Good to see you back in town. Hello, Veronica. How have you been? Oh, you know, pulled every which way. Mom's been a cow about when I'll give her grandchildren. As if I'm not doing enough work already. You're married now? Oh yeah, I guess you wouldn't know. Big Jorg and I were married 2 springs back. Congratulations to you both. Thanks. Now Mom's nagging me about when we'll have kids. It's a good idea to set yourselves up for the future, Veronica. Christ, Andreas, not you too. Ugh, I'm sick of everyone telling me how to live my life. I'll have kids when I'm good and ready, thanks. Anyway, I should get back to work. We're all preparing for the festival. I'll leave you to it. Until later, Veronica. See you, Andreas. Hello again, Andreas. We're about to sit down to supper. Care to join? It would be my pleasure. Should I walk around more before I give this answer? No, let's just move forward. It's truly a blessing to have everyone back together again, if only briefly. Keep an eye on that boy of yours, Andreas. See that he minds how much he takes. Young boys eat too goddamned much. Peter, stop that. Andreas is our guest. Why don't you lead us in grace? Fine. Bless us, O Lord, in these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. We pray again for our beloved Christine, gone now these many years, and also for my father, taken from us by the merciless greed of that Peter. Forgive me, Lord. And please help me to forgive those who have wronged us. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Master Andreas, why are we the only ones with bread? Quiet, Kaspar. Andreas, it's good to have you at our table again. And with another guest. Is this young man your assistant? Kaspar, yes, he's my apprentice. Ah, that would explain why I saw him writing in that little journal. I remember you did the same thing when you lived here. They got my favorite rye bread. Do you still draw in your journal, Andreas? Oh, sometimes when the mood strikes. Wouldn't that be nice, Jorg, if we only had to work when the whim took us? And we toil all day, and that despicable abbot is starving us all while he sips on his sacramental fucking wine. Lay off him, Dad. He's only just got here. How have the fates been treating you these last few years? The Lord is testing us with another hard season, I'm afraid. You must have noticed that Peter's father is no longer with us. The winter after you left was a difficult one. With all of the taxes we owed, it was hard to make ends meet. We didn't. We didn't make ends meet. Dad, a little kindness from the abbot could have spared us, but no. And this year, the whole family's been ill, Andreas. Peter, Ursula with an ague, and me, well, Clara lost a child in childbed a year ago now. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you, Andreas. It was some time ago, but, well, such things linger. It was. It seems the Lord rarely looks in on Tassing any longer. That's why it's time for us to take matters into our own hands. We're eating, not at the table. Jorg here was married while you were away, Andreas. Yes, I'd heard. You and Veronica make a good match, Jorg. Thanks. Jorg has been good to me. There aren't many other options in Tassing anyway. It's been a couple springs, but I'm still not used to being married. Congratulations, Jorg. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Andreas. nor one blessing in a dark season. With children soon to come, I hope. I don't get it. What have you been up to, Andreas? Hmm. I shouldn't disparage or blame Caspar. I don't want to boast too much. My life seems so far from theirs now. I can't think of anything. They'll think you're rude if you don't say something. The voices in my head seem to have collapsed a bit. I'm painting a commission, but patrons are paying to be added, so it's taking ages to finish. Must be a real burden having so many rich men lining up to give you money. Ursula, maybe you should excuse yourself and rest. You're sick. Here, Ursula, you can have mine. It's not fair that nobody else gets any bread besides Master Andreas and me. Stop! Ursula, give it back to him. I'm not going to have people in this town saying we can't feed our goddamned guests. Time to get back to it, Andreas. I'll see you and your boy later. I was just thinking we ought to go anyway. It's a sad state of affairs for the Gertners, but we expected as much when we failed to get a break for their taxes. I want to take a moment to see if I'm able to see the Widow Attilia's. This is the Bower farm, so it would be this way. She still has the cross up. Yeah, it's likely too late at night to see her. Well, we've still got our place at the inn. It's only one pig. Nope, two? I feel like they had so many more before. Let's see. The east of the Druckers. The sin of Saul, the sin of Saul. Master, did you hear that? It sounded like someone crying out. I think it's Sister Amalie. She's a mystic. She may be having one of her visions. Sister Amalie, are you all right? The Philistines. This is the hand of God. Compline, compline. Sister, is something happening at Compline? It's Compline right now. No. I'm not going to belt that out. Sister Amalie. You're the artist, Andreas. You remember me? Yes, you were here when the Baron was killed. You've changed. Hopefully for the better. God knows. Though he reveals and hides at his will, he always knows our inner heart, even if we do not know it ourselves. I wish Father Thomas was here. Would you like Gaspar to go get him? If he could, yes. His house is just around the corner. Gaspar, run and get Father Thomas. Yes, Master Andreas. Your son. My apprentice, but I think of him like a son. He seems eager to please you. Of course, that is the job of an apprentice. I have little knowledge of the workings of masters and apprentices. My world is one of spirit, decoupled from the march of life and death. I see and hear your world turning from this little window. They are mercifully small glimpses. You chose a difficult life. Life is not difficult, but the choice was. My life belongs to God, and its trials are mine to endure in this cell. Your world is the world of normal lives and normal thoughts. It can be difficult to hear the divine, much less make sense of it. I have no will to be part of that world. I strive to have no will at all, but to subordinate myself to the will of God. When my will is His will, He graces me with visions, confusing though they may be. Certainly, if God is giving you visions, He wants you to understand them. Understanding is a trial, Andreas. Perhaps what God wants from me is to strive, and in striving to understand a different, deeper mystery. It is not my place to question His will, but to contemplate the revelations I receive with the help of Father Thomas. Sister, what is that hole in the ground? My grave. It seems macabre. I dug it before Father Thomas read me my funeral rites before I was enclosed here. I dig a little more in it each day. Most people find it shocking, but this is my devotion, my vocation. Once someone finds their calling, they must answer it fully. What if the calling is wrong? I wish I could give a helpful answer, but I don't know. I felt this was my calling even before I could admit it to myself. Is your calling in question, Andreas? Is your life? Both, I think. I've lost my love. My love for art, love for family, love for anything. The last 7 years have been hard. It was all too much for me. Don't lose hope, Andreas. The human heart is no small thing. It can hold so much. Augustine. Andreas, thank you for sending Caspar. She asked for you. Are you all right, Sister Maler? Yes, Father. I may have had another vision. I remember little of it. Master Maler and his apprentice heard nothing specific. That is unfortunate, but I'm glad you're all right. Andreas, Caspar, could you excuse us? We appreciate your help, but I must tend to her now in the church. Of course, Father. Good evening. God bless you both. Master Andreas, I'm confused. What did that all mean? I'm not sure. The last time I heard Sister Amalie have a vision was just before the Baron was murdered. What? Do you think, could Sister Amalie be receiving warnings? We study the occult for a reason. There are layers and layers to divine messages. No revelation with real power or prophecy could be understood plainly. The meaning must be hidden or implied. Sounds complicated. Come, Gaspar, let's retire for the evening. Be up this way. Oh, come on. Anything different on the first floor? Doesn't look like it. Wait. I feel like I need to go out and look at something. Hearing a prophecy was put me ill at ease. I want to see if I can get into the ruins. Hello. Ah, there are more pictures. And better ones now, too. There's better perspective. He's got a man on a horse. It looks like the Baron. Still no way into this collapsed segment. Nothing new on the mill. One other thing I want to check. The shrine to Saint Sasha. It's the same. Candles kept. There are fireflies out at night. I don't know if I went into the forest at night at any point in time before. Or down to the waterfall. Two innocents. I wasn't able to read that slab before. But that sounds like it relates to what the Baron was threatened over. Townsfolk can't even gather sticks without a fee. It's insane. Brother Wojslav uses time in almost all of the Abbey's cooking. Maybe because it grows so easily here. Can't gather sticks from the forest. That's insane. Somebody from the Abbey gonna come down here and collect sticks. How's that meaningful? Alright, let's go to bed after all. Did you drop this, Gaspar? No, I don't think so, Master. It's that same script. The script looks beautiful, Master Andreas. Did you write that? You were warned. It's true. I got a message tucked into my masterpiece telling me not to return to Kiersau. Warned about what? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Let's just head up to the library, Gaspar. What a stunning collection of wildflowers. They all grow so plentifully in the meadow. No horse here anymore. I feel I should visit the abbot first. God bless you, Andreas. Well, if he has no words for me, then that's that. The garden here is still plentiful. animal pens still seem fairly well. Oh, Master Andreas. It's been so long. It's good to see you, Brother Volkberg. How are you? I'm well. I'm a monk now. Brother Lucas, too. I still do the same work, but now I have the same robes as the other brothers. Are you happy here, brother? I am. The brothers are my family. I serve the Lord with my labor, and I'm thankful to have a place here. It's good to hear. I'll leave you to your work, brother. God bless you, Master Andreas. That mysterious, fresh upturned grave is gone, of course. It's been 7 years, so it's not like it would be fresh anymore. Hey, Doc. Hello, who is this? It's Andreas, Brother Doc. Andreas Maler. Oh. Oh, Andreas, the fine young artist from Nuremberg. You flatter me. Your art flattered my writing. Yours and Brother Piero's both, God rest his soul. It's a blessing to work with talents such as yours and Piero's. And Gabriel and Rupert and Sister Michaela when the nuns helped us with our labors. So many years of toil. They're all gone now. Pray they are all at rest with the Lord. Soon I will be gone, and Brother Guy. And all that will remain of us are our books. But enough of that. How have you been, Andreas? God has blessed me with good fortune. Good. Be sure to share it with others when you're able. You seem more at ease now than when I was last here. Do I? It may be so. I may have worked in the scriptorium beyond the limits of this body. It pained my joints and strained my brotherly love for Guy. The scriptorium took my sight and the use of my hands, but when it closed, it also took the pain from my heart. The abbot is content to let me serve the Lord through prayer and contemplation, and so it also contents me. I'm sorry, Andreas, but I must rest now. It is good to hear your voice at Kiersau again. God bless you. God bless you, Brother Adele. The scriptorium fell into disrepair quickly after Father Gurneau closed the library. Greetings, Master Maler. Hello, Sister Zdena. You're looking like a real artist now. I'm impressed. You must be living like a lord. Yes, but overburdened with problems. I've no time for my own art, only that of my patrons. How dreadful. At least you can choose your patrons and do whatever vocation you please. Why don't you like living at Kiersau, sister? I'm not like you, Andreas. I never chose this life. My family couldn't marry me off to anyone of higher rank, so they donated to the abbey. The amount was substantial enough for the abbey to take me in as a nun. I was forced to take the habit. I loved my life before Kiersau. At least you chose your vocation. I was shoved into mine and forgotten. And here you are, muttering as though you aren't the most successful person in Tassing right now. I had no idea. I'm sorry. You're lucky to have the life you do, Andreas Maler. You men can become whatever you like, while I, a woman of noble birth, am forever stuck with crones and old men. I've accepted a lot these past years, but I can't ever be as perfect as Illuminata. Still, it's better than it was. I should return to my duties. Thank you for speaking with me, Andreas Maler. Until later, Sister Zanetta. I can just go right in now. God bless you, Andreas. It's been too long. I know Father Abbot made it clear you were not to return when you left, but we had hoped to hear from you. Yes, my apologies. You're right, of course. It's good to see you again, Mother Illuminata. This is my apprentice, Kaspar Ziegler from Salzburg. God bless you, Mother Superior. God bless you, young Kaspar. Master Maler. Sister Zdena. I'm sorry you have to see it in such a state. It sees very little use these days. What happened? After Baron Rothagel's murder, we had fewer and fewer wealthy patrons. A small number that held out lost interest. It's easier to commission new work from the Guild of St. Luke, or individual masters in big cities like Nuremberg. Father Gernot saw no reason to keep the scriptorium or library open. Most of the books here have been suffering of neglect. After Mother Cecilia's death, nor I nor Sister Zdena had the time to maintain our inventory. Piero did say it was going to happen sooner or later. I'm no happier about it than you are, but the late brother was right. Only heaven is unchanging. Now that all that remains are books for sale to interested parties, a task that Father Gernot has entrusted to me. And Sister Zdena, of course. Well, I'm eager to look through your inventory. Master Andreas, maybe you could find a book for little Magdalene, something that's not in print yet. Excellent idea, Kaspar. Parzo. Perhaps Klaus would not object to this romance, given its emphasis on Christian virtues. The German is a little dated, but I'm sure she'll figure it out with Klaus's help. Who knows, maybe it will inspire her imagination. Let's check upstairs. Huh. I think these are Latin translations of some of Origen's homilies. Also, it looks like it's partially burned. Probably not a great gift for a young girl. Wait. This is the same bookhand as the notes I found when the Baron was murdered. Whoever wrote this is responsible for writing the notes. I need to ask Illuminata about this. A copy of Jacobus de Varaine's Golden Legend. Every good Christian should know the legends of the saints. And the Latin is simple enough that she should be able to read it before long. Oh, Richard de Bury's Philobiblon. It's a text on the collection and preservation of books. Maybe this is where Illuminata and Cecilia learned all their tricks. Certainly a good book for a printer's daughter. Albertus Magnus's De Animalibus. It's ostensibly a bestiary, but it contains so much more knowledge on a variety of topics. This could inspire an interest in animals in the natural world. Beautiful illustrations as well. Have you decided on any books to purchase? Yes, just one. The Philobiblon. Surely one with your taste in books already knows all the wisdom contained inside. This will be a gift for Klaus Drucker's daughter Magdalene. Then may it serve her well. Is there anything else you need? Yes. Mother Illuminata, what do you know about this book? I don't know anything. This is the first time I've seen it. Where did you find it? I've seen it on one of the lower shelves. I don't think it's in our catalog. It has to be from another Bavarian scriptorium, probably in the last century. It's burned around the edges. Why? How can I find out where it came from, who wrote it? If it's not in our catalog, I'm afraid I don't know whom you could ask. If it was a recent edition, the only people who would know are Mother Cecilia and Father Matthias. That's a shame, because whoever scribed this book wrote the letters I found while investigating the Baron's murder. The ones in the fine bookend. Brother Adak told me about them. Perhaps he knows something about this book. He's been here longer than any of us. Why would the person who wrote the letter subscribe to book in our library? Well, that's the question. Whoever did it is the thread puller. Huh? Someone who was manipulating people at Kiersau and Tassing, pulling at threads to provoke someone into killing the Baron. I thought one of the brothers killed the Baron. He did. The Baron was lured to Chapter House by someone who knew Kiersau and Tassing's secrets. Well, I'm afraid we can't be of any more help to you in determining the book's provenance. However, as it's not in our catalog and it's already damaged, I doubt Father Abbot would mind if you kept it. Excellent, thank you. I'm glad someone bothered to save it from the flames. Strange that it's burnt, after all. I do want to ask Brother Adak about it. Where's he gone? Perhaps to the refectory to eat. Oh, I can go into the cellar now. It's a curious little interaction to happen the first time I go into the cellar. Oh, yeah, Florian might be a little unhappy with us. We did not do good by Florian in our last set of circumstances. Well, we can't start a conversation with the doc right now. Andreas? Brother Guy, what are you doing out here? Father Gernot has asked me to inform the townsfolk the shrine is closed. Closed? With everything going on, whatever for? Father Abbot has ordered that we bring the hand into the church. The pilgrims are still welcome to come in and visit the relic, but it is off-limits to the townsfolk. Why? The abbot has had enough of the peasants and townsfolk rebelling against the abbey. He is their rightful lord. The abbot has been more than generous, but he will not let this 12 articles drivel pass. The abbot refuses to leave the relic at the risk of destruction. The hand of St. Moritz is the only thing keeping the abbey open. But Tassing relies on St. Moritz just as much as the abbey. What about the faith of the townsfolk? Then they can stop engaging in such heretical and sinful behavior. The abbot is trying to protect the relic, nothing more. What about the peasants' complaints? Father Abbot has done all he can. Until the peasants can see reason, the relic will remain in the church. This is ridiculous and cruel, Brother Guy, even for the abbot. I will do my duty and my vows, as my lord command me, Andreas. Hello, Bishop. Thank you for the stretch. I could use one, actually. It's a good idea. Let's stand up for a sec. Hello. Ah, okay, there's a name I recognize. Take the jacket off, too. It's getting a little warm. Glad to have you. I hope you're having a good evening. Bump myself back up. Alright, so at the moment I'm on my way to the Druckers. Wondering what's going to happen. How is the other shoe going to drop? I've been good. Bouncing between a couple different games. I sat down to play Slay the Princess, rather enjoyed that. Signalis, it's a lot of fun. Been playing Outward, that one was quirky. I think that game was rather, I would say, standoffish. I've been looking forward to playing this one for quite a while. So this is Pentiment. It's all hand-drawn, it's very narrative, very intriguing. We were first charged with solving a murder mystery in an abbey, and now we're in Act 2. Nothing quite so distressing has happened yet, but it's probably only a matter of time. Yeah, I really enjoyed Slay the Princess. I'm probably going to go back to it very soon to look for other endings. I haven't been very thorough in it yet. I just did one playthrough for the stream. You're back. Good. We're almost ready to sit down to eat. Would you and Kaspar care to join us? Of course. Thank you, Klaus. Welcome back, Andreas. Kaspar. Andreas, these are my friends, Benjamin and Rachel Summerfield. They're on their way back to Prague. Good day. Hello. Excuse me for not getting up. It's a bit difficult. Of course, I understand. It's nice to meet you both. Yeah, I felt it was a cozy way of starting December. Want to be cozy while it's cold out. Hello. All of the children are so adorable in this. That sounded like a real word, Klaus. She's learning more of them every day. She'll be reading before long. It's a wonderful segue to the gift that I've brought her. Oh. A book from the Abbey Library. Is this for her or for you? Her, I swear. Philobiblon. This looks like something I could use. You probably already know everything in it anyway. Thanks for this. It is a nice thought. We should probably pray before we eat, assuming the Summerfields don't mind. Not at all. We're accustomed to being guests in Christian homes. Thank you for asking, Klaus. All right, I'll lead the prayer then. Bless us, O Lord, in these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. It's been difficult for me to keep voices straight going through this. My first session of this was 6 hours on Sunday, at the end of which I was feeling rather sore. I've already got it uploaded to YouTube, but I need to make a thumbnail. Oh. Is it time? No, I'm fine, I think. I'm just sore everywhere. Oof. Anyway, we'd hoped to get home weeks ago. Fighting has made it slow progress from Basel. Has the fighting come close? Close enough. We can hear the drums or see the armies. It's too close for me. Rachel being pregnant complicates things, of course. It's better to be cautious than full of regret. It's lucky timing for me, though. Now I have 2 printers and a master artist at my dinner table. True, it isn't all misfortune. Oh, yes, thank you. And a future printer and baby-to-be. Tassing hasn't seen this many artists under one roof in a while. It's amazing to see how far printing has come so quickly. Some of the engravings I've seen are incredible. And new techniques, new types, new styles are being developed every year. Benjamin is trying to create a more readable script for Yiddish. We have typefaces for Hebrew, but it would be nice to have something separate for Yiddish. I think I've seen it before, but I wasn't able to recognize it. Yes, it's still a developing typeface and usually only used in Jewish women's books. I'd like our writing to be more accessible, especially to those who only read Yiddish. Here, something like this. I'll be sure to send you some samples when I'm finished, Klaus. Good, I'd like that. Oof. Yes, I'm fine. Klaus, what are you working on? I need to get ready to sell to travelers as the passes open, but lately I've been printing the 12 articles for the town. Thanks to Father Thomas, everyone in town can read at least well enough to make it through that sheet. It's got a lot of people talking, and a lot are coming over to Otto's way of thinking. Well, you heard him yourself, Andreas. What do you think of what's happening in Tassing? The Abbey is so impoverished they're selling off their library's greatest prizes for a fraction of what they're worth. Are you saying you cheaped out on my daughter's present? You know I'd never cut costs where books are involved. Good point. I wasn't happy to hear it either, but I was able to get some manuscripts I never would have been able to buy. I bought more than I should have, more than are going to be profitable to turn into printed books. If she were here, I'm sure Marie would... Mama? Yeah, I think if I can fall back on just narrating out, it's fine. Anyway, if the Abbey is in such a bad state, there must be someone the abbot can appeal to for more money. He could try to sit down with Otto and work something out. Otto's tried to reason with him. The abbot won't listen. Apple pie. Nice. Save the apple pie for last. We're sympathetic to what's happening here. We saw it all throughout Swabia. Peasants are suffering. It's true, but I worry about what will happen in Tassing. Ow. I'm fine. Peasants are no match for the soldiers of the Swabian League. What's the Swabian League? Soldiers of the Swabian nobility, meant to keep peace in the empire. To robbery, murder, and outrage they give the lying name governance, and where they make a desert they call it peace. My wife reads a surprising amount of Roman history. The rabbis won't let me read scripture, so what do you expect me to do in a house full of books? I know that Otto and the peasants are taking a risk, but I believe Otto will keep things peaceful. Anyway, it's not the Swabian League we have to worry about, but the soldiers of the Duke of Bavaria. Bavaria. The Prince Bishop has the church's authority, but the Duke's lands surround Tassing and Kiersau. Sorry for never writing back. What happened here in Tassing and Kiersau, I just wanted to forget it. I was too much of a coward to write back after hurrying Bert and Marie past. I'm sorry. Uh... hmm. Oh, this is it. This is it. We can't travel now. This is all my fault. We should have left Basil earlier. I love you, Benjamin, but be quiet. I don't care. I need help. We need a midwife. Is there one who would accept Rachel? Agnes Steinjahren. Klaus? Yes, I should get her. Agnes has delivered every child in Tassing as long as I can remember. She would never turn any woman away. Thank you, Klaus. You're a mensch. Enough with the thanks. Get me the midwife. Yes. Andreas, you're forgiven. Gaspar, it was good to have you over, but you both have to leave. Thank you, Klaus. Good luck, Rachel. Thank you. I'll need it. I'll go fetch Agnes. Thank you for joining us, Andreas. Oh, I almost forgot. You should go see the bonfire preparations in the town commons. You missed them on your last visit. Klaus? I'm going. Thank you, Klaus. We'll be going. Take care. Alright. I wager I've got a bit of free roam time. I still want to visit the Widow Kemperin. I want to know she's doing okay. Martin's actually out working the fields. That's good. Hello, Andreas. Hello, Brigitte. How are you? As well as anyone can be in Tassing right now. Looks like things are going well for you. Martin returned after all. Yes, the winter without him was excruciating. I lost little Wolf, and Kat was worried that she'd lose the farm after France died. Then Martin returned, and he's provided well for us ever since. Despite the tightening restrictions we've gotten by, I'm thankful. I'm sorry to hear about Wolf. Thank you. I try not to think about it. Kat wants to talk about him all the time, you know. Any night there's clear skies, she looks up and asks if I ever wonder how he is up there. Must be excruciating. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Andreas, I can't talk about this anymore. Why did you think she'd want to talk about her dead son? Were you trying to hurt him? Does it feel good to you, hurting the wounded? This voice that's left in my head in this point in Andreas's life is very self-critical. You wouldn't want someone to talk to you about it. That's why you don't mention it. I can't take this anymore. You can. We say these things even though the reminding inflicts immense pain. We say these things because it's the only way through. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. And say that. But will it make any difference? I'm sorry I brought him up, Brigitte. You didn't know. It's all right. It's been good to see you again, but I should be going. Until later. Until then. I want to talk to Martin for a moment. Andreas Maler, good to see you again after all these years. And you as well. What have you been up to? You look like you've done well for yourself. Art. I lived and worked in Poland for a few years. Ah, and people here think I'm well-traveled because I've been to Ulm. Though I suppose I've had a lot of adventures for a country boy. What happened to you, anyway? Oh, right. You know I stole some of the Baron's things. I didn't make it far with them. I tried to sell them in Walgau, got robbed. Serves me right, I guess. Luckily, they didn't find the coins I was carrying. The money carried me around Bavaria for another month and a half. Then I started stealing. I grew bigger and more confident over time and became a highwayman. You were a bandit. Hard to believe, I know, but yes. Anyway, it didn't last long. I eventually got scared out of it. I had a partner for the last year of my adventures. We tried to rob some Italians. We thought they were merchants traveling under the banner of St. George. But they were soldiers guarding money from the Bank of St. George in Genoa. Exactly. I learned that later. My partner didn't survive the encounter. I was wounded and alone in the wilderness. I thought of my father, my mother, Brigida. I realized I couldn't remember Wolf's face anymore. I had to come back and take up the responsibilities I had left behind. It's good that you did, for everyone's sake. You may be right. Mom and Brigida couldn't run the farm after Dad died. Maybe it's for the best that he wasn't here when I got back. It's all in the past now. Just need to look forward. It's a good attitude. I'll talk to you later, Martin. If I remark on the speech, this might go further. He needs support. The townsfolk aren't as committed to opposing the abbot. They have less to gain and more to lose if the abbot chooses to get the Duke involved. Anyway, I have to get back to work. Good talking to you, Andreas. All right, until later. Well, he certainly was a scurrilous lout. He definitely did steal some things. It's still not clear to me if he's the one who stole the book. Just a single word? Come on. I did better for you than that. That's okay. Hans, Johann, Eddie and Veronica. Spinning wool, it seems. Well, not spinning wool, they're sewing. I definitely don't want to impose any more on the Gertners. Hello, Andreas. Hello again, York. Sorry about dinner the other night. Dad, got a little heated. He's just trying to keep his dignity, I understand. Thanks, Andreas. Dad's always been able to provide for us, but now, well, things are different now. That's why Otto's making his speeches and Klaus is printing the 12 articles. Change is coming to Tassing, Andreas. May the winds of fortune blow your way, Georg. Thanks. I'll see you later, Andreas. Until then. It's gotten very somber in Act 2. Everyone seems to be working hard for the bonfire tonight. The commons look festive, decorated like this. Look at all the flowers, Master. And the bonfire is huge. How's the fire coming? Those logs work out all right for you, Andreas. Coming along as expected, nearly finished with it. It's all in place, Otto. Good, good. All right, everyone, remember, after the bonfire tonight, we celebrate as usual. We'll all gather in the woods. The women will collect herbs as tradition demands. Otto, the abbot has forbidden harvesting in the forest. Please, for everyone's sake, reconsider your actions. Thank you, Father, but the abbot's order goes against God's law. The forest belongs to all of us, as do its game and fowl and fish. We cannot claim ownership over that which the Lord gave us to hold in common. No, I'm sorry, Father. We'll proceed as planned. Tassing has never let anything get in the way of our St. John's customs as long as I can remember. What are St. John's customs specifically? Feast and celebration of St. John the Baptist, beginning at sunset on June 23rd, coincides with Midsummer's Day and the summer solstice. And remember, tomorrow I'll show you proof as sure as the sun turns round the earth. God and our saints are with us. What an ironic line for the writer to choose.
Good day, Andreas.
Hello, Brother Wojslav. You looked upset at Otto's announcement. Is everything all right?
Otto is becoming more aggressive in his defiance of the abbot. Father Gernot will not take this news well.
How could the abbot stop them? Can't exactly chase them all out of the woods himself.
Father Abbot knows force is not the only way to get people to behave. How do you think he came to his position?
Fair point. But why is the abbot so angry about it?
Didn't you just hear Father Thomas, Andreas? The abbot declared the woods off limits. Anyway, it's not for me to say. I'm sure the abbot will tell you more.
He sent me with an invitation for you to dine with him tonight.
I'm sure the father will want to discuss the situation over supper.
Of course I'll attend. Thank you, Brother Wojslav. Does the invitation extend to Kaspar as well?
I'm sorry, Andreas, but Father Abbot has asked you to come to his house alone.
You. Please tell the abbot I'll see him this evening. Even if the abbot's unpopular, I don't want to duck him. Nothing will be resolved by staying away from him. I'll meet you back at the Golden Hand after dinner, all right? Can I help set up the festival decorations while you're with the abbot? Yeah, this is 1528, I believe. I can pull up a map in a sec. And I've also been struggling with which country exactly. I think we're somewhere between France and Germany. Which is unfortunate because I can't do French or German accents. So, we are in Tassing. So, in our map of Europe, we're north of Italy. So, I believe that puts us, like... I believe that puts us... Well, we're markedly east of France. I'm not sure what country is actually north of Italy, especially at the time. I see that we're southeast of Prague and Krakow. We're directly south of Nuremberg. And I had thought Nuremberg is in Germany. So I think Tassing is in Germany. It might be part of a smaller state that I'm not aware of. I know, like, Bavaria and other things. I think we're just, like, one of those... If we were to relate it to a modern map, we would be in one of the Balkan states, I think. Is there anybody I want to visit before I go to the abbot? Best not keep the abbot waiting. Go on, we'll meet up after supper. See you later. I'm doing a bit of a village festival dance type of thing. Oh, I haven't spoken with Till. Or with, Andreas.
Andreas, you're back in Tassing.
Just for a few days. I wanted to pay my respects to Brother Piero.
Oh yes, Brother Piero. What a talent with color. Sorry, Andreas. He was a sweet old man. I talk to him sometimes on my breaks up at the Abbey.
I'm surprised Prior Ferenc didn't give you an earful.
Well, he did before the, unpleasantness. I'm sure you know it shook things up at the Abbey for a while.
I'd imagine.
Awful business that was. Anyway, Matthew's prior now, still strict, but a bit quieter about it.
Matthew has always struck me as quite pious.
True. You wouldn't think piety could be uncommon in the Abbey, but with Father Gernot.
Oh, are you in with the peasant centers?
Well, of course. Gernot's been running them into the ground. On top of that, we can't even use the forest anymore. Any of us used to be able to go fishing in there. Not anymore.
I hope things don't get bloody.
Bloody? No one wants that, Andreas. We're not going to get anywhere by keeping quiet.
You have a good advocate in Otto. He's
He's a good man. He speaks the truth. The whole town knows it. Even Lenhart, though he wouldn't admit it. Say, Andreas, how's the married life been treating you? After you left here and returned to Nuremberg, I take it you were married. I was. Sabine, she was waiting for me. I hope the married life has treated you well. I still have not found anyone. I fear it's never going to happen. Not a single person has caught your eye. Well, when I was in Innsbruck a few years ago, I saw a real pretty girl at the market selling painted pots. I think about her sometimes. Maybe more than is Christian. Hold on. I need to go back to Innsbruck and find that pretty girl. What, really? Life is too short to spend dreaming about the loves you could have had. You seem to feel strongly about this, Andreas. But it sounds foolish. Juvenile, you might say. Public of Venus, or Duchy of Milan. Yeah, hard to place. I know that we are within a duchy. That much is certain. Maybe, but it feels right. Well, if I ever have the chance to get back to Innsbruck, maybe I will. There's something to look forward to, after all. I thank you, Andreas. You're a man of inspiration. A pleasure. Until later, Andreas. Until then. A man of inspiration. It's an honor. God bless you, Andreas. God bless you, Ulrich. How have you been? The Lord has been kinder to me than the peasants. These are difficult times for them, Andreas. They could use your help. My help? How? Talk to the abbot. He may respect your opinion more than mine or the peasants. I would have hoped he could see that his behavior is not Christian. Something is clouding his judgment. I'm not exactly in Father Gernot's good graces. I doubt he would listen to anything I had to say. We must try, Andreas. These men are fair and hard-working, but they've been pushed down for too long. They're becoming desperate, and desperate men can forget their faith and turn to violence. It won't really come to that, will it? Perhaps not, but I don't want to take that chance, and there's no need to. There's no reason why the abbot cannot come to a good and Christian accord with the people of Tassing. Maybe it's only pride that's standing in the abbot's way. I hope that your counsel and God's light can touch his heart. I'll do what I can, Ulrich. Thank you, and God bless you, Andreas. Oh, their Anna's grown a good bit. So the game started in 1518, 1 year after the posting of the complaints by Martin Luther, and that was actually a point of contention within the game. The Ratho's construction is going smoothly. I wonder if they'll finish it before winter. This part of town I don't believe existed before. Yeah, the Werner and Balthasar homes seem new. Lucky to have so much woundwort naturally growing. I had to buy it back in Nuremberg. Eisenkopf house and the Stoll's house. Yeah, I didn't meet these people the last time I was here or visit with anybody. So it seems that for all its troubles, the town has grown. This inn wasn't here before, after all. Ah, didn't mean to double-click that. One of the points that's kind of intriguing throughout the game is that this place is built on top of Roman ruins. You can see the aqueduct in the background. It's ruined, but it seems as though a lot of areas in the game lead to old underground construction.
And the abbey as well was built by the Romans originally. Let's see, I'm going to the abbot's house. It should be down this way. God bless you, Andreas. I'm glad to see you received my invitation. Are you ready to eat? Yes. Good. Andreas, thank you for coming to dinner. I admit I was surprised to receive your invitation, Father, but I'm pleased to come. Yes, well, when I heard you had returned to Tassing, the Lord convicted my heart to let bygones be bygones. I think it's high time we reconciled, Master Maler. Please sit, and we will pray together. Bless us, O Lord, in these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Lord, direct each of us here towards your wisdom, prudence, and guidance in our future actions. Amen. Brother Wojslav was indeed prompt in delivering my message. I'm surprised you deigned drop by at all. You've done quite well for yourself, after all. It is good to see that your time at Kiersau was not squandered. You even look the part of the famous artist now. What have you been doing in recent years after leaving such a mess at Tassing? Let's see. I don't want to complain about my life, or any sort of dread. City Council did approve me as a master artist in Nuremberg, you'll be pleased to hear. Impressive indeed. You even managed to find yourself an apprentice, I hear. Congratulations. Thank you, Father. I do wonder why your invitation wasn't extended to Caspar as well. I wanted the privacy to talk about things that are ill-suited to a boy of his age. In truth, I had hoped to discuss the rising tensions between the Abbey and the townspeople. I'd like to clarify the situation for you, Andreas. Please, Abbot, I'm all ears. I'm relieved to hear it. I believe you've only heard one side of the issue, Andreas. Otto's little speeches about taxes don't account for the entire situation. Why demand such high taxes, then, Father? This is a veritable bounty, by comparison to the Gertners. With the scriptorum closure, the taxes are necessary to make up for the lost income. Why not ask the bishop for help? Ask the bishop? I have the authority to keep the abbey running, so I will in the way I see fit. I will not shame the abbey that way. Brother Guy has gone over the expenses himself. Raising taxes is the best way to cover these costs. But what about prohibiting the peasants from using the forest? That's a new restriction. The forest belongs to the abbey and the peasants have no right to use it. Legally, it's theft. True, Swabian and Bavarian law allow you to control the land as you wish, but the peasants are saying these restrictions go against God's divine law, not any imperial rule, Father. God in his wisdom established the church with his law, and they would do well to remember that. But doesn't God's law account for graciousness and charity? The peasants have exhausted my graciousness and charity for too long already, and have little regard for the church's authority itself. The monastery and church exist to help stop such foolishness, and to help regulate mankind's sin and greed. The peasants and townsfolk have gone too far. I hear they will continue on their disobedience by collecting herbs on St. John's Eve. The whole town knows I've forbidden it. The matter is grave, and I will excommunicate anyone who defies my order. This is very bad, and I should say something about it. But I need to say something that convinces him. I need to stand up for the town. I don't need to call it petty. It certainly creates an ultimatum.
One I'm hoping to not have to use.
You're a pedantic ass is maybe the correct thing to say, but I don't think it solves the problem. Thanksgiving giving simulator. There's a lot of food, yeah. Oh man, it's all about religious talk with the family. Remaining impartial will be impossible as long as you're in town. Support me in ending this foolish rebellion. You have a reputation in town, Andreas. You're a successful man. The townsfolk believe they are like you. I'd like you to convince the other townsfolk, Brinta for example, that this uprising is not in their best interests. The rest of the town will follow, and the peasants will have no chance to resist. We can end this peacefully. The peasants have genuine grievances. Why not talk with them and negotiate? I am a forgiving man, but Otto's stubbornness has challenged even me. Otto is past the point of talking, Andreas. That's why I'm begging you for help in the matter. Please, take more time to think about it. I apologize, we must conclude for now. I must excuse myself. I'm expected to lead a service at Compline tonight. Think on what we've discussed, Andreas. I trust you can find your way out. I will, Father Abbot. Good night. That's tough. He needs to let them use the forest at the least. That's the basics of it. If he doesn't let them use the forest, it's just not going to go well. Or reopen the shrine. He said he's leading a service. Does that put him in here? Brother Matthew, what do you think about all this? You won't tell me. Okay. Knowing what the other brothers think about this, or having some of the other brothers to help in convincing him might be good. We shouldn't be going into the convent at night. It's improper. They're going to have their festival, and then they're going to go into the forest to pick herbs, and it shouldn't be a problem. Have they lit the bonfire yet, I wonder? Tilia. Well, well. Andreas the painter. Good to see you too, Attilia. When did I say it was good to see you? Well, you saved my house. I suppose it is nice to see a friendly face. No time to talk now, fancy man. Time to call for fire. Oh. Auda ans, mamma perkta. No sardain quescarpati. Nus clamanti. All right, I'm going to go. Enjoy the evening, Andreas. But if you want my advice, stay out of the woods tonight. Master Andreas, look at how big the bonfire is. The decorations are so fancy. The St. John's Eve festival is a big event for Tassing. I missed it last time I was here. Haven't you ever been to a festival like this, Gaspar? No, I've never seen anything like this. Can I stay at the bonfire and see the costumes and watch them collect herbs, Master? Please. I need to be there while they're collecting herbs. I feel that I'm going to need to intercede in something. If my only options are about going back to sleep, I need to keep Caspar with me. Alright, fine. Evening, Andreas.
Say, how do you like the bonfire? Built nice this year, big and sturdy. It's a fine setup, Carl. Excellent work. I know we can't compare to where you came from, but we still give it our all in celebration of the light that prepared the way for our Lord. Anton, you remember Andreas Maler, the master artist? Yeah, I've seen him around town. Son, be polite. Hello, Master Maler. How are you? I'm well, thank you, young man. Anton's a good boy, let me tell you. Bit of a rascal, as you can see. But he's got a good head and a good heart. Likes to hide it, though. Dad, will you stop? Easy to rile you up, just like your mother. Wait a minute. That girl's wearing the hat she took from us years ago. How is Elena? Is she not attending the bonfire? She'll join us later. She went with Martha to dip their toes into the stream and to pick some flowers for the garlands and wreaths. Yeah, you really do have to consider how much to dial it back, how much to be polite, how much to be considerate while not reminding people of what they don't want to think about. Whether to remark on the poverty that people are experiencing and how much to go out of your way to help them. It's tricky. Especially with the times we're having. Maybe Martha and Helena will come across the blossom of a fern out there. What's so funny about that? Ferns don't flower. That means no power to speak with animals for you, boy. In Poland, young couples go into the woods together, searching for the fern. It's like an engagement ritual. Ah, I like that, as long as they also make their vows before God. Will I be going into the woods with a girl soon? You know, Anton, it's not the time nor the company to talk about that. Look at the girl putting a little flower in the hat. Oh, it's so precious. Let me solo the basket on the head. What do you think of the festival so far, Anton? It's fine, I guess. I like the fires when they're lit. The mountains get to twinkle like the stars. I don't like when people get drunk and rowdy as the night goes on. They get into fights and all. But your dad keeps the trouble away, yes? Yeah. He doesn't like it when those goddamn bastards go too far. Language, boy. God doesn't look kindly on blasphemy. Those are your words, Dad. Best you don't quote me. Quote the scripture instead. It's better for your soul. You listen to your father, Anton. I will, I do, Jesus. Hey, what did I just say? Don't let your mother catch you with that mouth. Well, I'll let you get back to the festivities now. It was a pleasure. Till later, Andreas. Bye. I want to do a lot of exploring before night falls. But yes, this young girl, with the hat she's wearing with the patches, that's a hat she took from us in Act 1. We didn't comment on it at the time, but she plucked it off our heads while Brother Sabat was telling a story to the children of the town. Why, Martin, look who it is. Good evening, Andreas. Andreas, you're staying for the festival, I hope. Of course he's staying. Who would miss this? Especially after you burly boys built such a beautiful bonfire. A burly boy like me would do anything for you, Dove. Couldn't help himself. You're both feeling very festive, I see. The food, the fires, the dancing. Really is a night to enjoy. It's to honor the anniversary of the birth of Blessed John, a vigil for he who prepared the way. Yes, and he'd have liked everyone to have a good mood in their hearts and good food in their bellies. As a hermit who wandered in the desert, living off locusts and wild honey, he probably wouldn't agree. I'd like to live off some wild honey myself, to catch my meaning. I'll give it a laugh. Martin, please behave. Yes, dear. I'll pray to God to relieve me of my unclean thoughts. You'll get no dances tonight if you continue this impishness.
See, Andreas, this is the kind of difficult married life I have to deal with. What's next for the evening? Will you heed Otto's call and go into the forest? No, I'm really not looking for trouble. There's enough of that going around. And you, Brigida, not gathering any herbs. My place is by Martin's side. The word of the abbot is the word of the church. It's improper to go against the word of the church. Only slightly less improper than all the time you spend with Veronica. Oh, Brigida, I'm sorry. It was a joke. It came out poorly. It's good for the heart to have cherished friends. It's fine. Andreas, I was about to say, the bonfire is enough. We will dance until our legs begin to waver, right, Martin? Would not miss it for the world. That's delightful. I hope you have a great evening. You as well, Andreas. Until later. Unfortunately, the game does remember and track a lot of things. The widow Attilia mentioned that we helped her keep her house. We were able to do that because we chose to have a legal background. We have knowledge of law. And we brought that up to the bishop when he was in town for the trial. We got a man sentenced to execution in the trial, and I wasn't able to figure out if he was actually guilty of the crime. I just knew he was suspicious, and it was possible for me to pin the crime on him in order to save my mentor, who died in the 7-year time span anyway. But he died of old age. He wasn't executed, and that matters. But certainly there are people who died in the 7 years between Act 1 and Act 2 who may not have died if we had interceded differently in Act 1. It seems there's a lot of variety to how the game plays out. I want to take a moment to look into the forest and see if anybody is out there waiting for things. Is this the right way? No, this won't lead in. I need to go a little more to the north. Yeah, I really hope that things don't go horribly wrong. I get the feeling that things could go horribly wrong. I wonder if Smokey's still out here. He's grown a beard. Oh, hello, Master Maler. You're looking well. Thank you, Smokey. How are you? I'm well enough, I guess. Buckslav went his way a few years ago, which I suppose is bound to happen. I miss the company sometimes, but now there's no one to keep me from my gossip. No one to tell it to, either. Have I missed much? Things I could tell you since you left Tassing. We'd be here till Kingdom Come. Oh. I did see another Imperial Reichspot courier arrive from the Abbey a few days ago. Is this the Imperial Reichspost? Private mail service run by the Thurnum Taxis family and approved by the Holy Roman Empire. Brother Guy dropped the bag once. It looked heavy. The Abbey must be doing better than that abbot is letting on. I could tell from what they served me at dinner. I'd heard the Abbey was struggling with its funds. Curious, isn't it? Couriers arrive once or twice a month. It doesn't help that the Abbot has tightened restrictions so close to St. John's Eve, too. The townsfolk get up to all sorts of mischief then. What sort of mischief? I'd wager Johann and Kat will find some corner to play in again. Are those two not married? It's practically tradition at this point. Veronica and Brigida might go out for a midnight dip by the waterfall, too. I caught them doing that 7 years ago, too. They've been swimming out there for years. Now everyone's getting clever, trying to stay out from the Abbot's eye. I can tell you. Rightly so. He's an ass. I didn't see you in this town commons during Otto's speech. Aren't you standing with the peasants? Well, their cause doesn't really affect me, does it? I'm as worried as anyone about soldiers rushing through here, but the new taxes and restrictions don't bother me. I understand why they're upset, but I've been doing fine out here with less than they have.
Nothing will change for me if they get their way.
I see.
Ah, well, enough of that. Thanks for stopping by, Master Maler.
Till later, Smokey.
Until then.
I have an expectation. There might be some women out by the waterfall. We're going to take a quick look. It's for Kaspar's benefit, I swear. Nobody quite here, but, Andreas Maler. I thought I'd see you back here. I never thought I'd see you back here again.
I came back to pay my respects to Brother Piero.
I'm sorry. I didn't know the man, but I heard others speak well of him.
How have you been, Helena?
Well, little Martha managed to survive since your last visit, thanks to God.
But lately, not so well.
You must know about the taxes we have to deal with.
Otto's trying to make the abbot see some sense, but I'm worried he's playing with fire. Carl and Peter and the other farmers support him, but it's dangerous to provoke the Duke. Anton's still too young to get mixed up in all this, and we have Martha to look after now. It sounds like the peasants can't really survive with the way things are. It's going to be a hard winter for certain. But I'd take a skinny husband over a dead one. I pray nothing happens to him. Now then, I'd best get back to my work. Until later, Andreas. Until then.
Hi.
Hello, you must be Martha.
Who told you?
I could say it was Saint Sadia.
No peeping? Maybe a little peeping. Come on, it's fine.
Saint Sadia.
Really?
Yes, she said she's watching over you.
That's nice. Alright, I'm going to go.
I don't think there's a reason to go out to the old salt mine right now. Something bad's gonna happen. We can't quite pray at the shrine of Saint Satya. I haven't spoken to anyone at the convent. I'd love to speak to, Magdalene. If we had a sort of ill spirit about us, we could have pointed the finger at Magdalene, or involved her in a scandal. I'm glad we didn't. I hope she's doing well. Something bad is gonna happen very soon. Maybe even tonight. Looks like we're drifting back off into our city of dreams. The game's had us visit this a few times. It's a different kind of maze now. This one's designed to force us to walk this entire length. Last time we could choose our way through the city in any number of patterns. It was a more open shape. Sabine is our wife. What is it? Come home. I will, soon. You're lying. Sometimes I think you must despise me. Maybe it's worse than that. Maybe I'm nothing to be regarded at all. What am I to you now? Am I an annoyance? A bother? A nuisance to be ignored while you lead another life in Krakow? Was there ever an ounce of love in your heart for me? This was never about love, Sabine. Not at first, no. But I suppose it was too much to hope that a seed of tenderness could grow between us.
fine. Go back to your books, the only things that make you happy. This house is so lonely without him. Stop. Your presence would only amplify the grief. Stop. Leave me alone. Leave me alone with the memory of him. Perhaps we've lost a son. Just leave me alone, just for one night. One night where I don't have to dream about him. Please. We haven't met Sabine during gameplay, only in flashbacks and memories and other things. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a somber story overall. We're a dissatisfied sort of person, despite having wealth and an apprentice. An apprentice who we say is like a son, perhaps because we've lost our son. Hello, August. I know you aren't going to say anything. You never say anything. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything for you. Plague. You get tired where you are. The last time I saw you, I said goodnight to you. I couldn't come to the bed, so I stood in the doorway. I just stood in the dark. You didn't say anything back, so I said it again. I don't know how long I stood there, just waiting for you to say goodnight. You still look the same age to me. I wonder if I'll ever forget your face. Do I remember your mother as she is? I remember loving her. Can you ever picture someone clearly if you love them? I loved you, little boy. This is tough. I loved you so much. Sometimes I wish I could die so I wouldn't feel it anymore. But I can't. So I retrace my steps every night, and I find my way back to her, back to you. I love you, August. Good night. Oh, Andreas, you couldn't stand to share that with anybody in the town of Tassing. We return to our mind court. This is ruled over differently. When we visited this place in the past, there was... yeah, that was really something. And this is the only time in Act 2 we've been able to learn about that. It's not been shared with anybody. It wasn't given to us in a snippet of dialogue. We didn't get a summary when time jumped forward of what our boy Andreas has been through. Finding out things like that in post is really something. Got my tea here with me. I'll get some proper water in a bit. When we saw this scene before, this mindscape of ours, there were 3 influences on Andreas then. There was Socrates, a saint, a trickster saint by the name of Providence, I think, something like that. And then there was a woman in the balcony, and they seemed to be kind of pulling us in different directions between virtue, between standing up for ourselves in a somewhat brusque way, and between our greater rationality. we most often sided with Socrates in our minds. And in the center of the courtyard here, upon what was the throne, was the smaller figure, I believe it was Prester John or Prester Johann. Now that seat is taken by another figure. Where's Prester John? And where are Socrates and St. Grobian? Grobian wasn't on the Ship of Fools. The Ship of Fools is what brings us out here to our mindscape and back. Melancholia. Won't you answer me? No thoughts for Beatrice. Beatrice was the one that was on the balcony. You are Beatrice, aren't you? Once. I was a voice of caution, prudence. And now? More and less than caution. The ache of doubt that stiffens to paralysis. Paralysis that breeds despair. Melancholia. What happened to the others? What happens to you happens to us. The foundations of this city are still moored within the ocean of your mind. Its court does not rule your mind. Your mind rules the court. Once reason, curiosity, and the foolishness of youth dwelt under the aegis of your intellect. I am all that remains, the melancholy of life's autumn. How did it come to this? You have turned your gaze to your own dark center. You know the courses of your own life. You know how the choices you've made have brought you here. What am I supposed to do about it now? Change your life? Wait, I shouldn't be here. I needed to help someone. Is Caspar still asleep? Ah, so your thoughts aren't entirely turned inward. There's still something in you that cares for others, in spite of your melancholy. Perhaps there's still hope for us. Wake up, Andreas. We need to go to the forest. We need to make sure that things don't go badly. Caspar's not here. He's gone out. That could go badly. Is he down here? There's no way, right? He's gone out to the woods. Caspar needs to be alright. There's a lot of commotion tonight. It sounds like everyone's gone to the woods. Gathering herbs after all. Caspar. Figure ran off. Master Andreas, what are you doing out here? Oh, Caspar, thank God. I'm looking for you. Thought I told you to stay inside. I was sleeping, but there was a big racket, and I wanted to see what was happening. Father Gernot, what are you doing out here? I was chasing one of the townsfolk that lost track of the costumed buffoon. The forest is off limits. I'll figure out who's breaking the rules and excommunicate them myself. That's not good. It's the second time we've heard a scream like that. This time of night. 7 years. Someone is screaming in town. They're really taking this nonsense too far this year. Let's go back to town together and see what the noise was. Huh. I've never seen these flowers before. I wonder where they found them. Who was that running off anyway? It's too hard to tell who's who in these stupid costumes. We can worry about that later. Let's check on the town first. Otto.
Is he dead?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Someone released the rope. The platform crushed him.
How did this happen?
Sure would be a shame if this ancestral forest with a big gothic shrine on a dark, culturally significant night. 7 years ago, in theory, we saw a ghost-like figure out by the Roman ruins. We never found out who that was, but I have suspicions based on a scent that was smelled by a sister with bad vision in the night. Somebody had gone through the convent that night, and I suspect that there's a connection between the convent and the Roman ruins. People had reason to flee that night, the night the Baron was murdered. Baltus and Lindhart and I heard the crash and stepped outside to see what had happened. Right, and then we saw a figure in costume rushing off from the Rathaus. Must have been whoever released the rope. And what were you doing during all of this, Lindhart? Enjoying a light meal with these gentlemen. What a shame you can't blame me for this, Peter. Caspar, look to see if Otto had a note. Huh? Do it. Time to see a dead body, young boy. No, master, there's nothing. Are you certain? What were you expecting? I'm not sure. Sorry. You. The abbot must have killed him. The bastard always had it out for Otto. We all knew it. We need answers. How dare you? I won't just stand by here and be accused of such a foul act by a peasant. Go after him. Wait, no, the abbot was with us. He's innocent. Caspar's right, even if we don't have any proof. Grab the artist and the boy, too. We'll get to the bottom of this. Caspar, run. To the Abbey. Oh boy. I wanted to get a sip of tea, but... Brothers, to the library now. They ran through the church, this way. They've locked the door. Andreas, get out of the way. Otto's death demands justice. The abbot couldn't have killed Otto. He was with us when we found the body. That's true, he did arrive with you, but you don't know where he was before that, do you, Andreas? Who else would want to kill Otto? Coward. Killer. Andreas, move. Gurno would not have had time to run from the commons to the forest to come back with us. There must be another killer, don't you see? This is bad. If those monks don't come out, we'll set fire to the whole place and cook them. You've all gone mad. You all have good reasons to hate the abbot, but he's not the culprit here. No, let's apply on their trust for me. I swear he wasn't the one to do it. He was with me.
I was there too. Master Andreas is telling the truth. Fine, damn it. You've got 1 day to find whoever you think is the real killer, Andreas. Otherwise, we will come back for the abbot. 1 day. Ugh, that's not a lot of time. Oh man, I should have caught the ad break. Ah. Yep, a lot of stuff is happening. Otto was crushed. We're literally crushed. Ava, Otto was a good man. I won't stop until I find who killed him. This is not a lot of 1 day left. The peasants are really convinced that Gurno killed Otto, but it was impossible. The abbot is an easy target because he was at odds with Otto and his cause. Master, Peter was furious. He's only giving you a day to find the murderer. Why'd you even agree to find who really killed Otto anyway? It didn't turn out well last time, did it? Why do it again? Everybody deserves justice, Casper. Casper. You have a good heart, Master Andreas. So who do you think did it then? Where do we even start? We should talk to Lendhart. He always hated the peasants and supported the abbot. He was very vocal against Otto in the town commons the other day. Even if he didn't kill Otto, he might know who else had the motivation to. Oh, what about Martin Bauer? When we saw him talking to Otto, they seemed to be arguing over something. It's not likely. Martin supported Otto and the peasants. It would be worth talking to Martin to see what they were discussing. He might have an idea of who would want to kill Otto. Good idea. Who else? I'm sure we can find some other suspects. We'll have to do some more investigating to find out who the murderer is. We better move fast. Could the murderer confess to Father Thomas? Probably not. That would be foolhardy. However, we could eavesdrop on confessions. Since St. John's Eve just happened, the townsfolk will all come in to confess. Oh yeah, one of the townsfolk might have heard something anyway. That's a good place to start. We could also ask around at the Golden Hand. Travelers might have seen or heard something useful. I'm thinking those odd flowers. Yep, I was waiting for that to come up. What about the person who ran by us in the forest? They were wearing these flowers. I've never seen them before. Right. We have to find the source of those flowers in the woods. That might give us some sort of connection to the killer. We have a lot of good places to start. Even though time is short, we have a good chance at finding the real killer. All right, let's get to work. I get the feeling that these flowers and the running figure, they seem like the most interesting thing to me. But we should try and use any conversation that won't occupy our full time block. Is there anything I can do for you? Have you heard anyone in here talking about Otto's murder? Not just talking about it, but, you know. Yeah, you know. Exactly. Like they had something to do with it. Oh no, I think I'd remember something like that. And again, I try not to eavesdrop on conversations. I don't want to get yelled at or worse. But maybe you could find more luck talking to people. Beer always tends to loosen people's lips. Buy a round for everyone and you can have the run of the place. You'll be here a while though. Interesting idea. Maybe later. Until then. I don't have a lot of time. So I need to pick, like, a lot of these options are going to be committal. If I look at the map, it's going to show me investigation points, but all of those investigation points are commitments. It looks like there are 3 commitments I can make, which is I can buy people around here at the Golden Hand Inn, I can listen to confessions, or I can talk to somebody over at the mill. All of those things will take time. It looks like investigating the flowers in the forest might not. But there's another flower expert I might be able to go see. I need to go talk to Sister Gertrude.
Also, is this shrine actually locked? The shrine isn't locked, but the hand isn't here. It used to contain the hand of St. Lawrence. Appears to be missing. It's gone somewhere into the church. But I don't know if the hand of St. Moritz matters right now. I can go into the convent garden. God bless you, Master Maler. God bless you, Sister Sophie. It's good to see you again. And you, Master Maler. The garden looks spectacular. You've taken good care of it. I know it's been some time, Master Maler, but I must remind you of my vows. I cannot speak with men. Ah, that's right. Forgive me, sister. God bless you, Master Maler. Matilda, Marguerite, and Gertrude, just the ones I wanted to see. God bless you, Andreas. God bless you, Sister Gertrude. Do you have a spare moment? I have an herbal question. Oh, Master Maler, I'd be delighted. You know I'd always have time for my plants. How can I help you? Do you recognize these flowers or know where they might grow? Oh, yes, they're local flowers. We call these marsh marigolds. They grow near the shrine of St. Satya in the forest outside the monastery. Their petals are wonderful for all sorts of aches and pains, but these look so dry already. Sorry, Sister Gertrude, we really must be off. Thank you for your help. God bless you, Andreas. So they're related to the shrine of St. Satya? So it would have to be somebody who is in the village enough to have a costume and was wearing a costume on that night, but spends a lot of time at the shrine of St. Satya. The shrine of St. Satya kept kept by some of the sisters. Who's there? Hello, Sister Margaret. It's Andreas Maler, the artist. Oh, Master Maler. Mother Illuminata said you'd returned. Is there someone else with you? Yes, my apprentice, Caspar. Hello. God bless you, Caspar. You smell even more of paint than your master. Sister Marguerite is blind. She relies on her other senses, Caspar. Oh, thank you? You're funny. Anyway, I should go. Mother Illuminata doesn't like it when we're distracted from our duties. Of course. Until later, sister. God bless you, Master Maler. And you too, Caspar. God bless you, Master Maler. God bless you, Sister Matilda. I wanted to thank you, Master Maler. You understood that despite what happened to me at the hands of the Baron, you did not condemn me. I appreciate that. The Archdeacon surveyed the evidence. I merely spoke the truth as I saw it. Yes, well, the entire event was a tragedy. I did not expect to see you again. I'm glad the Lord gave me a chance to thank you properly. I ought to get back to work. God bless you. And you, sister. Illuminata's here, but I don't have a particular reason to talk to her. I don't know about Lisbeth or nothing about her. Let's go to the shrine and see if we can find something immediately. It might point us in a new direction or give us something else to look at. What's this? I think I see an opening behind these trees that leads to a deeper area of the forest. Could this be where the mysterious costume figure ran when Otto was murdered? We should see where it leads. It could take a while, though. Come back when we have more time. There's one other thing I want to check on before I do this, and that's the site of the death. The site of what was theoretically the murder. It could also be that Smokey might know something. Smokey's been a pretty good source of information, although not specific information. should be here in the northern part of town. Anybody nearby want to share anything they've seen?
Salutations. You must be that wonderful artist, no? Master Andreas Maler, yes. Wonderful, wonderful. Balthazar Isenkov, at your service. But call me Baltus, please. It's much more familiar. A pleasure, Baltus. Have you been in Tassing long? Oh, just a few seasons. My cart broke down, and I found the place so charming I decided to stay. I enjoy the quiet, but I must say, I do miss the company of other intellectuals. Usually that good Dr. Stolz and I whittle the hours away in the evenings. So naturally, when I heard a well-known artist had returned, I was beside myself. I'm always pleased to meet a like-minded individual. What do you do? I'm an inventor of sorts. Really? What do you make? All sorts of things, young man. Mechanical clocks of all sizes, metal mice that skitter about, even light without flame. Truly impressive, Baltus. Thank you, Andreas. I knew a fellow artist such as yourself would appreciate my work. Ah, well, I'd best get back to it. You know how it is for us, a few called to a higher art. Good luck, Baltus. Until later.
Okay, there's no further conversation with him. Just the baseline of getting acquainted. Okay, let's follow these flowers after all. We'll be decisive about it. Oh, no, I did say 1 moment to check in with Smokey. Okay, nothing going on there. Of all the things that could have happened, I didn't expect that this was going to happen to Otto. I expected something to happen to the abbot, if anything. I put my jacket back on. I'm cold again. Ugh. It's a bit of a quirk of the way I've laid things out in my house, I suppose. Just right here is a sliding glass door that goes to my outside porch. So the spot near the computer is very susceptible to the weather. Bundling up a bit. So the house itself isn't too bad. The upstairs is actually really cozy. But over here by the stream, I need to swaddle myself up a little bit. Yeah. Let's see where this goes. Let's get going. There are Roman ruins here. What are these buildings? What is this place? It's some kind of Roman ruin, like the aqueduct in the meadow. Look, Master Andreas, the flowers. Ah, finally. Maybe we'll find something useful after all. Let's look around. A Roman depiction of a nymph. There's an inscription underneath, probably a dedication. The Romans believed that keeping the nymph of the spring happy would ensure their water stayed fresh. The cistern must have doubled as her temple. A lot of these flowers are growing here. I didn't expect to see any Latin inside an aqueduct. Another inscription. It's still in good shape. This Latin is carved sloppily into the stone. That's odd. That's the outfit somebody was wearing last night. They ditched it here. Is that what it looks like, Master Andreas? Yes, the costume the killer was wearing when they ran past us. We believe it to be the killer. I think it's fairly likely that it was the killer. So much for us finding it in the home of the killer. Well, perhaps there's a clue inside. Maybe a bit of hair or something? Uh-oh! I have you, Master Andreas. Caspar, go get help. I won't let you fall. It's not a long drop. Just get someone to bring a rope. I can't abandon you, Master. Bringing me a rope isn't abandoning me. I suppose that's true. Don't fall. You're gonna fall. Don't. Oh, you fell. Well, we're all wet, but I don't think I hurt anything. I guess that wasn't really that long of a fall. The important thing is that you aren't hurt. Let's focus on getting out of here. Of course, Master. I wish we had a little more light down here. I can't see a thing, can you? I'm going to look around and see if I can find a way out. There's a stone over here. He's going to try to fashion a torch. The water is murky. I can't see the bottom. Wait for our boy to figure something out. Good on him. I'm impressed. I just remembered how flammable these brush rags are. Why are you carrying around the flint and steel? Well, you never know when you might need some fire. Clearly true. What is this place? A cistern. It must collect water from the spring to feed into the aqueduct. The aqueduct in the meadow? I suppose so. Then all we need to do is follow it back. Okay, so if this leads to the aqueduct, that might provide more information about before. Okay, the interaction points I had before about checking the bottom and checking the wall are gone. If it's in the aqueduct, that puts more suspicion on the miller, because the miller is the one who's closest to the aqueduct in the town's layout. Looks like the tunnel collapsed here, Master. Based on our orientation, this must head towards the town church. Is the church that old? As old as the Roman settlement? No. Many things in Tassing and Kiersau are built on what came before. It looks like there's a gap. You want me to try to squeeze through? I don't know. It seems risky. I can do it, Master Andreas. No, I'm sorry. I don't want anything to happen to you. Of course, Master. There must be another way we can go. I think that's probably a one-time interaction. I don't think we can do that again. Towards the church, through the stones. I think I know where that would put him. Where do you think this goes? Well, it goes up, so it probably leads out. I don't think I can squeeze through that gap. We need to find something to move the rocks, something to give us leverage. Wait. Huh? Never mind. Let's find a way out of here. Maybe a chance to hear something? I wonder if the torch is limited at all.
Oh. So that's the break in the aqueduct. I'm sure that's the option to jump back across. So this is going to put us into the convent. This can teach us more about what happened in the past. But wait, if this connects to the convent or could be used as a way of going back to the convent, then it would be possible for somebody in the abbey to have done this? Or for somebody to have escaped into the abbey after doing this. There's a big grate. Maybe we can get out that way. It's too high for either of us to reach. Climb on my shoulders and see if you can push it out of the way. It looks like a kitchen. The Abbey kitchen. What else is up here? I don't think so. It's big, though. Of course. We must be under the convent. Do you see any of the nuns? No. Hello? Nothing. Where could they be? I doubt the sisters loiter in the kitchen all day long. Can you lift the grate off? That looks way too heavy. There's something heavy above me. I can only lift it a little, and I don't think I can squeeze through. I might be able to reach. I got a fire poker. Might come in handy. Hold on to it for now. Of course, Master. We could use it to move the rocks, but I don't want to rush to that solution. What else is over this way? Is it dead end at some point? Does this link back to the crypt? Connects to everything. Is this a door? It appears to be so. A strange one. Where does it go? I'll try to nudge it. Must lead to the crypt under the abbey. Really? Can we get out this way? What's that sound, Master? Snoring? Is someone sleeping on the other side of the door? Hey, wake up! What should we do, Master? Well, we already have the poker from the convent kitchen. We can try that on the stones and try to get out. Just want to check out for any other possibilities. Oh, this opens so many things. This might relate to a lead I didn't follow up on 7 years ago, talking to the stonemason at the time, about an argument he was having with the Baron. All right, let's find out where this puts us. All right, don't fall, kid. Makes me so nervous. I think it was through here. Try using the fire poker from the kitchen to shift the rocks out of the way. still hear something. You shouldn't come here during the day. I had to. The farmers are out for blood. And, don't play stupid, we both wanted Otto gone. Now he is. I didn't kill him, did you? Why would you ask me such a thing? Because of the note, you stupid cow. Because of the note that sent you into hysterics. Because you're behaving like a woman who committed a murder and is afraid of being caught. How could you think? Stop. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you did it or didn't. He's dead. The idiot peasants can beat the ground with their pitchforks and nothing will come of it. What about that artist, Andreas? He could be a problem. Have you done anything to raise his suspicions? I don't think so. Good, and just wait. Time will run out for Peter and the rest of his worthless kind. Peter? Which Peter? Okay, Peter Gerhardt, up from among the peasants. Okay, so if he and his wife are not confiding in each other, it's not likely that they've done it. This is the miller and the miller's wife. The connection here was part of my suspicion. Pilgrims will keep coming to the shrine and staying at your inn. Yes, good. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Be quiet. Don't go home. Don't come here again unless it's for a quick fuck. If you want comfort, talk to your fat husband. Don't bother me with your hysteria. Well, that's really something. I'm glad we're finally out of there, Master. What a strange adventure. Yeah, he's savage there. Do you think Mistress Hannah could have killed Otto? She's only pretending to care about the town's safety. She's only concerned with the shrine staying open. Why would that make her want to kill Otto? If the peasants overthrew the abbot, they might loot or destroy the shrine. Without the hand of St. Moritz, there's not much reason for pilgrims to travel to Kiersau. There'd hardly be any visitors to the Golden Hand. Exactly. Now we know Hannah has a motive. It's possible she'd kill to protect her family's inn. We need to talk to Nico and Killian to see just how committed she was. But first, let's go back to the Golden Hand and clean up. People will get suspicious if we walk around town like this. Good idea, Master. I think Hannah is a reasonable suspect. We have 12 hours left. All right. I should speak with Father Thomas to see about the St. John's Day confessions. Townspeople will be coming in to confess their sins. I should also visit Lenhart Muller. He's heavily invested in what's happening. He must know something. I can ask around the Golden Hand to learn what the burghers have heard from locals and travelers. I also need to search the forest to find the flowers that dropped from the figure who ran past us. Nico couldn't tell me anything specific about Otto's death, but he suggested a few drinks might loosen his customers' lips. Even though Lenhart Miller was with Balterson and Werner when Otto was killed, I should still talk to him. He openly opposed Otto in the Commons, so it definitely can't actually be the Miller. But the proprietess Hannah Bergerin is clearly having an affair with the Miller. Get people in their cups for info? This does seem like a reasonable option. I don't really want to talk to Hannah. Hello, Killian. Do you have a moment? Sure. Is there something wrong with your room? No. I wanted to know if you'd noticed anything odd about your mother lately. Odd how? Does she ask you to watch the inn by yourself very often? Oh, well, sometimes, I guess. Dad and I look after the place more in the evenings when she gets tired, but lately she's been leaving during sext. She says she's bringing food over to the townsfolk at the Rathau. So I usually watch the inn until she gets back. There was one other time. Go on. Mom left in a hurry one night, and when I was cleaning up around the bar, I found this note. She also got a note. He will destroy the Abbey. He will swallow the hand of St. Moritz, the Rathau, after St. John's fire. Rathau is a community hall. Okay. So this is another note by the so-called thread puller to get her to the site of the crime after St. John's fire. Oh, but what does it mean? St. John's fire. I wonder if that means the bonfire. Written in the same hand as the one 7 years ago. It couldn't have been left by one of the guests. The note could have been for one of your parents then, but why? I don't know. I don't want anyone to destroy the Abbey, even if the abbot is cruel to the peasants. I'll keep that from happening, Killian. Don't worry. I hope the note helps, Master Maler. Just don't tell Mom or Dad, all right? This note may have bigger connections than you think, Killian. I should get back to work. See you later, Master Maler. Until then. Another goddamn note. Actually, I'd like to talk to you about your wife. Anna, what about her? You know what she gets up to over by the Roman ruins? Yes. I'm sorry. It must be hard for you. Quite. But I love her, and I have to think of Killian. I just don't know what to do. I don't really understand her. Women are mysterious, and remain so. What are we to do? I don't want to encourage that. Something has to change. Believe me, I know. Stand up to her and carve out some path toward happiness. I don't know how. Before you can solve your marriage, there's a bigger problem you need to think about. She's glad Otto died. Did you know that? Showing sympathy got me 2 knocks down on persuading Nico. Huh. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. She never said anything about Otto to you. No, never. She never did. Now please leave me be. As you wish. Until later. Huh. What does success on that mean if I was pulled further away from success by showing sympathy? Oh yeah. This is a brutal game. This has a very cozy, delightful appearance, and it's savage. It's no mystery to me that this game is so often recommended by people who enjoy Disco Elysium. If you go online, you see people saying, like, I just finished Disco Elysium. What should I play next? What will evoke this? The top responses are always, like, Slay the Princess and Pentiment are the ones I see all the time. Pentiment more so. Oh, Andreas. What have you come back to? This is awful. Just awful. You should never have allowed Klaus to publish the 12 articles. This is what happens when common people get agitated by reading nonsense. It's the alternative, forbidding them from reading. Sometimes, yes. Just because a commoner has learned to read does not mean he can fully comprehend any book he finds. Some of these books are written to inflame passions. They're not all written with modest intentions. These pamphlets, these books, can make people crazed, furious. Sister Amalia and I have seen what happens when good people become part of a mob. What do you mean? Before we came to Tassing, I was the priest at a town near a Benedictine convent. The town was full of good people. But the good people were whipped into a panic by an educated neighbor, the town doctor. He had read the Malleus Maleficarum. It had put ideas into his head. Oh, no, I wanted to read it. The witch hunting manual. The author was driven out of Innsbruck, wasn't he? Yes, though word of that had not reached our doctor. One thing the book's author and the doctor shared was a contempt for and hatred of women. In the convent, the doctor saw a coven of witches. In Sister Amalie, he saw not a mystic, but a woman possessed by evil spirits, speaking blasphemy. Surely the local magistrate didn't believe that. No, he did not. That didn't matter. The doctor inflamed his neighbor's fears. No matter what I did, no matter what I said, it made no difference. They wouldn't listen to reason. They wouldn't even listen to scripture. In the dead of night, they gathered at the convent and set fire to it. Sister Amalie was lucky to escape with her life. The rest of the nuns were not as fortunate. So I'm all too aware of what can happen when a mob forms. I should have known it would happen again. This is my fault. You can't blame yourself for this, Father. Why not? I share more than a small measure of responsibility. You'd think that Otto's death would have shocked the farmers into abandoning a hopeless cause. It's only inflamed them. It should never have come to this. The abbot should have known he was playing with fire. What about Otto and Peter? What about Klaus? Shouldn't they have known? Peasants are being butchered all over Swabia. I just want this to stop before it gets any worse. I suppose there's no good fretting about what's already happened. I have to minister to the people of the town as best I can given the circumstances, and pray for the best. Speaking of which, I need to hear confessions for the townsfolk. It's a Tassing tradition after St. John's Eve, in case they got up to any mischief that can't wait until Easter. I expect they'll be coming early in the morning. If you could excuse me, I need to prepare. Of course, Father. It's not the morning anymore. I had hoped that had already happened, and we could talk about it. All right. There are 4 places where I can take supper. With the Miller, the Golden Hand Inn, with the Zimmermans, or that last... Oh, there's somewhere in Kiersau as well. With the Prioress? Why is that an option? Why would I want to do that? I can think of a couple reasons, possibly, to eat with the Prioress. I think that the person who's responsible for this has been moving through the convent. Somebody's involved there. Wait, Our Lady of the Labyrinth? Is that the name of the church? I guess that's the name of the church. I didn't realize. So I can eat with Balthazar, with, I can eat at the Zimmerman house. Who are the Zimmermans? I think that's the stonemason. Would that serve me well? Consulting the journal. Killian Berger gave me a note he found on the floor while cleaning. It's clearly from the thread puller. It suggested that Otto was going to destroy the Abbey and the Hand of St. Moritz, which is clearly not something that was going to happen. Miller openly opposed Otto in the Commons, has a hostile relation with the peasants. Nico couldn't tell me anything specific about Otto's death, but he suggested a few drinks might loosen his customers' lips.
There's something else I kind of want to look at. It's down by the old mine. It's like a tiny thing that keeps nagging at my mind. Which is that plaque down there. I think my posture's in a good state. Thank you for the redeem. This is bothering me. 2 innocents. The thread puller is somebody who's able to write in fine script, who is not related to the Abbey, and was here 7 years ago. A book written by them was found in the library. Oh, Zimmerman was Otto's house, actually. So I could theoretically eat at Otto's house with Ava. Do I want to try to do that when the wound is so fresh? Daughter of Peter Gertner and his late wife, Christine. I definitely feel like one of the sisters is responsible. So, among the sisters, there's Sister Gertrude, there's Mother Illuminata, Mother Cecilia is dead, of course. There's Sister Marguerite. Lucky Steinauer was the stonemason. Brother Matthew. Sister Matilda. So Matilda, as a cellarer, is one of the nuns who would go by town fairly often. I wonder if being a stonemason means that he used to work at the salt mine. And he's especially strong. Let's see. Lucky Steinauer. Husband of Agnes, father of Brigitte. I didn't investigate him 7 years ago, but I'm starting to think he might have more knowledge about things. Being a stonemason around here. I did lunch with them 7 years ago, and I didn't learn much. If they're involved, they're good at keeping quiet. But I feel like the motive around Otto... How does Otto's death link with... That's the question I should be asking. How does Otto's death link up with the Baron's death?
Not looking good, is it?
No, it's not. I have to find the real killer. It couldn't have been the abbot.
You don't need to convince me. Best you get on that, then. The unrest bodes ill. Peasants are about to do something foolish.
Why haven't you told them about the secret entrance into the library? Oh, that's right. He knows about it.
I don't always see eye to eye with Peter and the rest, but I don't want them all killed. If they got into the library, I don't even wish to imagine what they could do. The soldiers would strike back and there'd be a massacre in Tassing. I have no choice but to stop them.
I can bring it up. You didn't kill Otto, did you? Do you have any thoughts on who might have done this?
No. Otto had a few conflicts, but nobody I'd call an enemy. Best of luck to you, Andreas. You don't have much time.
I would actually believe that Lucky might have killed the Baron. Especially since he's holding like a big old implement that might have been used to bludgeon the Baron in the back of the head, which is what happened to the Baron. Right, they're busy with the pregnancy, too.
Because she's the midwife.
I'm gonna see if I can have lunch with the Sisters of the Convent. I feel like the convent's connection to the aqueduct is highly suspicious right now, both in this event now and what happened 7 years ago. And if one of the sisters is able to write, I wouldn't know. Wait a minute. That talk with Father Thomas about another abbey that Sister Marguerite was part of, that's new and different. That points to where a book could have come from that would share the same script.
Sister Gertrude said one of the townsfolk was killed. What happened? Otto Zimmerman, the town carpenter, was crushed by part of the construction at the Rathau. I heard some of the sisters saying it was a murder, and the peasants chased the monks into the library. Sister Zdena even said they're accusing Father Abbot. Is that true, Master Maler? Yes, but it couldn't have been the abbot, trying to find out who really killed Otto. Pray you do, Master Maler. Everyone's getting scared. I heard Sister Sophie last night crying. Mother Illuminata says God will preserve us, but everything just keeps getting worse. Maybe the Lord is punishing the abbey. Why would God want to punish Kiersau, sister? I don't think the abbot should treat the peasants so harshly, but I don't know what to think anymore. Has anything else happened in the convent recently? Well, a man ran into me when I was washing lettuce in the herb, but a few days ago. A man in the herb hut? Is that so strange? Yes, even in a joint monastery, the sisters and brothers' quarters are separated. He should have been in the church, since it was almost Vespers. Who was it, sister? Can you describe him? I can do my best, even though the hut was dark. I knew that it was a man because his figure was taller than any of the sisters, and he grunted when he bumped me. Could be one of our suspects, Master. Perhaps. Did you recognize his voice? No, he didn't say anything, but I felt the texture of one of the habits when he bumped into me. His skin was softer, too, and he was knocked back when we collided. He grabbed me and moved me out of the way. No beard, either. What would a brother be doing in the herbal hut? I don't know. He startled me, but was in and out of the hut before I could call out. Banged things around, too. I think it was one of the younger brothers. The rest aren't light on their feet. I can hear them shuffling all the way across the garden. That still leaves a few suspects. Brother Lucas and Brother Guy both fit that description, as does the abbot. The abbot has his own house. What would he be doing sneaking around in the herb hut? You're right. Father Gano would just order one of the brothers to get something for him anyway. Master Maler. How cheeky. That leaves Lucas or Guy. If I may, Master Maler. Yes, Sister Marguerite? Brother Lucas and I are friends. I don't think he'd hide from me. That leaves Brother Guy. Guy is young and fast enough to be in and out in a flash. His Sister Marguerite, what was he doing here? I don't know, Master Maler. I couldn't tell what he was doing or if he took anything. By the time I'd recognized what happened, Sister Sophie came and got me for supper. Did you tell any of the sisters? I told Sister Gertrude about it, and she agreed it was very odd, since whoever it was should have been at supper. I might be able to help you identify which herb jars he grabbed. We should get her blessing first, though. He's a stickler about her herbs. Would you help me find her? Of course, Sister. Sister Gertrude, may I take Master Maler into the herb hut? We're looking for anything that man might have left behind. Ah, you mystery intruder. Why are you so interested in Andreas? I don't want to bring up Otto's murder with this. Very well. I'd prefer you not just open every jar, however. Some of the herbs need to remain sealed. Then how are we supposed to figure out if he left anything? I know the jars by sound. If you gently shake them, Master Maler, I should be able to tell you which ones he picked up as I came in. I know he used 3 of the jars. Once we find all 3, we can figure out which is the last one he opened. All right, that sounds reasonable. This way, then. This is neat. Okay, Urtica is one of them. Each jar in order, and I'll tell you if it makes the right sound. So that was the first jar. So this was the last jar he opened. A paver. That's funny. Yeah, the environmental sounds of birds and such are quite interesting and pretty routinely present around here. It's good because there's no music in most of the game. They use music very selectively. Let's see what's inside. That's a lot of coin. It's a lot of money. Brother Guy was hiding all this in the herb hut. But why? Brother Guy? He's in charge of the treasury. Why would he need to put all this here? I'm not sure, but it's definitely suspicious. I should do some more investigating. Anyway, thank you both for your help. Okay, now we have something peculiar to follow up on. Was there a danger of somebody finding out Brother Guy? I feel the first one I should talk to about this might be Brother Matthew, but honestly, bringing this to the abbot's not a bad idea.
I'd expect most of them to be in the refectory right now. The fact that the cellar is available now is peculiar to me. I feel like there would be something there, just for there to be, like, just like conservation of detail. Brothers eat their meals. This is where the lector reads to them. That's right. So brothers are not eating their meals now. Yeah, it's good to open up into something more. I don't know how this connects yet, but it does feel significant. Oh! I guess this was ransacked when the peasants came through. Are the brothers all still hiding in the library? If so, that might make it difficult to talk to the brothers. You're free to wander, Andreas, but stay out of the library. Peter's orders. Is that so? Go as you please, Andreas, but stay out of the library. Peter's orders. Well, that is a quaint idea. Peter's ordered everyone to keep out of the library, including you, Andreas. God bless you, Andreas. Has anything new come to light in the investigation of Otto's death? I must speak with you urgently about Brother Guy. Now is really not the time to discuss the enmity between you, Andreas. I know you do not care for each other, but it's hardly appropriate. Guy's been stealing from the Abbey. Pardon me? I must not have heard you right. I do think that the treasure embezzling is not a direct relation, but I think it's going to... I think there's got to be a third party involved in the treasure embezzling. And we need to figure out who stood to lose something from something being figured out about this. Also, who stood for this embezzling scheme to be upset by Otto's activities? If Otto actually did come in here and ransack the Abbey, this person would no longer be able to embezzle. So this is another solid motive. I think... So, Hannah for the murder is still a good angle, because she definitely had that kind of motive going, but I think we're going to find... Hannah for the murder makes sense, but Hannah for the letter Hannah received doesn't make sense. That's what we need to find out. And the letter that Hannah received had to come from somebody who was a skilled writer who's somehow, like, linked in with the Abbey. There has to be more of a link to the Abbey than what we found. That's what's troubling me right now. Brother Guy hid a cache of money in the sister's apothecary. What? Why on earth would he do that? Perhaps he meant to hide it from the peasants after they looted the sacristy. Seems like a stretch. The most obvious explanation, that he was hiding our funds from the peasants, is also the most reasonable one. Could he have been colluding with the peasants to steal from the Abbey? It's ludicrous. Brother Guy makes no secret of how he feels for the peasants. The very idea is laughable. I won't hear anything more about this without substantial evidence of Guy's supposed misdeeds. Is there anything else? Nothing right now. Go with God, Andreas. Is there... Is it you, Lord, come to claim my soul? It's Andreas, brother and Doc. Oh, Andreas. Dear boy. You don't look so good. I have been better. The escape to the library winded me. I feel aches, a heavy heart.
but it will pass if God wills it. Someone help you, Florian, or not concern yourself with me, Andreas. The others. Make sure the others are well. I'll do what I can. Good, good. I must rest. Keep holding on, brother dog. Alright. I want to find out how the others are faring, what they're up to, and if any of the books have been moved. I won't bring anything up to Guy. Andreas. Brother Guy. It seems like it would be quite a risk for you to come through the crypt to see us. Shouldn't you be out trying to prove that someone killed Otto? Someone who isn't the abbot. I'm not going to confront him with anything right now. Andreas Maler. I heard word you were in Tassing, but you did not come to visit. I actually did come by you. Sorry, Brother Florian. I should have come by earlier. While I am glad to see you again after all this time, I do not see this as a sensible act. You put yourself at risk sneaking in here. I wanted to see how you're all holding up. We're not out of danger, if that's what you have in mind. The peasants are on edge and we're stuck. You fear they truly want more violence. They may not be trained soldiers, but it does not take much military acumen to burn down a building full of books. If they hurt the abbot or damage the abbey, the Duke's army will not show leniency. Believe me, a direct confrontation with real soldiers will end in a slaughter. You've said much about the peasants, but what of you and your brothers? Oh, I am well, Andreas. I've been through worse. The Battle of the Causman, the siege of Dornick Castle, death and suffering. Too much of that, perhaps, for a young mind. Long enough ago by now. Here are others who hold my attention. I worry about Volkbert and Rudiger. They're gentle people, not able to withstand this terror and violence. But I'm especially worried about Adok. He didn't look good. He's old and frail, and his health has grown worse since we fled here. He remarks of pains of the chest. I'm cut off from my tools, and were it not so, I'm unsure of what might help against his affliction. Perhaps Salvia Salvatrix, or Papaver somniferum. I'm willing to do what I can to help. You're good of heart, Andreas. Asking Sister Gertrude might be most prudent in this case. She knows the plants best. This is interesting. So this is another circumstance where if we were talking around, if we did this in a different order, we would be pointed back to the herb hut as well, and Sister Gertrude. No. Volkbert is going to be all right. How can you know that, Lucas? Trust in Providence, brother. The Lord guides us through Gethsemane. They're going to hurt us. They won't. Look, Andreas is here. He will help. I will help in any way I can. It's all looking better already, Volkbert. God has sent us a mediator. They don't want to die. They're not going to. We all will. Peace and calm. Think of the heavenly realms above us, where angels sing praise to our Lord every day. Will I join them if I die? We all join the choir, one day. But you won't die here, Volkbert. Listen to Andreas. He'll help us. Have either of you seen Brother Guy doing anything odd around the Abbey? Not that I can remember. I'm usually too busy in the kitchen. Many brothers to feed, after all. I did see him go into the abattoir the other day near Vespers. He had a book with him. Nothing strange about seeing Brother Guy with a book, but he doesn't go into the abattoir. He doesn't even go into the animal pens. That's work for me and Brother Wojslav. Thank you, Brother Volkman. So I might need to look into something around the abattoir? I appreciate the help. Something more mysterious is going on. Word of a book? Oh. Matthew and Rutger, yeah. We found these two having a little gay escapade in the middle of the night in the library 7 years ago. Brother Wojslav, did you have a moment? Of course, Andreas. What do you need? I was hoping to ask you about Brother Guy. What about him? Has he been doing anything odd lately? I'm sorry, Andreas. I don't know what you mean. I think he may have had a reason to kill Otto. It's a grave accusation. Do you have any evidence to support this assertion? Sister Marguerite heard him rustling around in the sister's herb hut, and we found a large sack of coins. Sister Marguerite is blind, so she likely ran into one of the sisters. What would Brother Guy even be doing in the sister's garden? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Sister Marguerite knew it was him, though. She recognized his voice. He's hiding money in the sister's herb hut, but I don't know why. Several of the brothers were affronted when he demanded Father Gurneau reveal the Abbey's financial record. But for Guy to be hiding money... Just tell me so I have something to tell Peter. So you can implicate one of the brothers in Otto's death? No, Andreas, not for your convenience. Enough of this. God bless you, Andreas. That might have been a one-shot conversation that I could have gotten more on. Tricky. Yes, period accurate indeed. I'm going to go see Gertrude quickly to see if I can get something for Brother Adak. But the fact that there are 2 routes to find this lead and is interesting. Let's see, Sister Gertrude is either in the aquarium or Sister Zedena's there. Let's see, is she here in the prioress's house? Sister Gertrude isn't. Let's talk to Mother Illuminata. I was hoping you would come by. Hello, Mother Illuminata. You need me for something. Yes, though I was hesitant to distract you from your investigation. And I did not even leave the confines of Kiersau, even in the best of times. Often leave, which these are decidedly not. I'll help in any way I can. God bless you. As our brothers are trapped in the library, it's unlikely they received any nourishment. You need me to bring them food. Peasants are unruly. I need you to guide the sisters past them, through the crypt and up to the brothers. Yes, the secret entrance to the library. I see you remember it well enough. Good thing the peasants haven't found it. The sisters will say it needs to be attended to, after all the mayhem that transpired there. Escort them and the food to the brothers in the library and return when you're finished. Naturally, I'll do it. Sister Gertrude and Sister Matilda will go with you. It looks like this is going to cover lunchtime, but that's okay. We don't know exactly where the grate is. We know it's inside the convent. Sisters are just trying to do their jobs. What are you talking about? We need to clean the crypt and say prayers for the abbots and abbesses buried there. Assuming you haven't looted all their tombs as well. Hey, that's not... I mean, Peter told me not to let anyone in the church. Just do us a favor, Carl. It won't take us long and we won't tell. I don't know, Andreas. Peter was pretty adamant. Nobody needs to know we were here. Christ, fine. The crypt and back. Kick you out if you try anything funny. Got it? We won't take long. Thank you, Carl. Andreas, is that really necessary? Sorry, sister. Quickly, this way. We don't have much time. I wonder if I'm still able to help Brother Adak, or I lose out on timing. Sister Gertrude, Sister Matilda, what are you doing here? How did you get past the peasants? Andreas helped us, Father. Mother Illuminata thought you might be hungry, and Andreas agreed to bring us here. Oh, praise God. What's going on outside? We've seen little and heard less since we've been in here. Master Maler ought to explain. We've seen little firsthand from the convent. Everything is under control, mostly. Come, let's eat. We'll explain everything. Father, will you lead us in prayer? What? Of course not. Thank you for the meal, sisters, but we must keep to custom. Now, Father, surely we can let custom slip this once. We do need to keep Carl thinking we're cleaning the crypt after all. I don't think... Oh, fine, but only for the sisters' safety. Only this once. Bless us, O Lord, in these gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Okay. My priority investigation after this is to check on the abattoir, and I think I might have missed a timing by not checking it sooner. These old bones don't have any vigor left, and a meal probably won't help. Being stuck in this drafty library isn't doing any good either. I don't think you've ever had any vigor, old man. Oh, I'm anxious. I've got anxiety. Just glad I could help. I need Sister Gertrude's medicines. Don't worry, Brother Ada. I'm sure I can deliver them. Have you found any evidence as to who really killed Otto, Andreas? I do have some suspicions, but I can't confirm anything yet. Good God, Andreas, what are you doing here? You must convince them it wasn't me. I'm doing my best, Father. Please have patience. Not your neck on the line, Maler. I don't think it's possible for me to delay Peter, but man, that would be nice. There's an awful lot of crashing last night. Was anyone hurt? No one's hurt. Peasants did loot the church and the sacristy. I want to see what reactions there are to this. Brother Matthew, calm yourself. I'm sure we can replace everything, Matthew. Brother Matthew, please. Apologies, Father Abbot. So, Andreas, you have any idea who the real killer might be? It's too early to tell yet. Ah, of course. Well, I think I saw the murderer running away that night. It'd be very How? How did you see the murderer running away? Where were you? What do you think you saw, Brother Guy? They were wearing a festival costume, I think. So it can't have been one of the brothers then, obviously. And dark hair, too. How would you know dark hair? Is that visible through the costume? Of course, Master Maler. We all want you to catch the one really responsible for the crime. Brother Guy making me suspicious as heck. Oh, Wojslav and Matilda are also a secret hookup. She is a sister, Brother Wojslav. Yes, I'm glad to see you're well, sister. May you go with God. And you as well, brother. They were having secret hookups in the woods. I'll be as thorough as I can, Father. Come, Andreas. We better get back before Carl gets suspicious. You too, Kaspar. See you soon, Father. If all goes well. Quickly now, back through the crypt. We're just leaving the place like this? Oh dear, we don't have time to actually clean it. We'll have to hope they don't come back down here. Finally. How long does cleaning an old crypt take anyway? That was ages. What do you expect? You and your ransacking friends have been making a mess of it all night. Whatever. We're supposed to switch posts soon. Hurry up and get lost.
Oh yeah, this is tricky, for sure. I mean, I definitely feel like I missed a lot in Act 1. It's hard. The time crunch is real. You only have a few committal actions to take. I think I need to solve this before Matines. Alright. Let's see if I can get into the abattoir. Disguised debauchery. Yeah, it's, there's some striking hypocrisy, going on at the Abbey. But a lot of the people who are participating in the more, like, salacious stuff are not the people who are cruel. Or stingy.
A book. Why would there be a book left out here? It's been left open. I wonder who was reading this. I wonder which work it is. Oh god, this looks like a book of exorcism and occultism. Whatever this text was for, it certainly has no place in the Abbey. What's this? There's a loose page here.
Why is Otto's name in the middle there?
There, Otto. Otto's name is in the middle of a summoning circle. But why? Orioth, Pinin, Osel, Triboy, Norioth, Belfurth, Kamoy, Astaroth, Sobronoi, Sismaya. These are names of demons. This is a powerful ritual. This writing on the side is in a different hand.
The writing along the edges reminds me very much of the string puller.
Le bosson de son huile est lincière pour bougie.
I don't speak French. Dang it.
Is there anything else of note here? No, I think I have to close that out.
Goddamn necromancy manual. Ugh. A book in the abattoir, a manual on enacting necromancy, a loose piece of paper with handwritten notes tucked between the pages. Alright. Let me see if I can talk to Sister Gertrude now. For Brother Edoc's medicines. And then I think I need to confront Guy about this necromancy, or talk to the abbot about it, so that the abbot will force it out of Guy for me. Haven't gotten the demon summoning section of French on Duolingo. Yeah, that's an important bit, man. You gotta know that. It's important stuff.
Oh boy.
I may not have access to Sister Gertrude anymore. So I may be unable to follow up on that now. Unless I can just waltz into the back of the convent. Let me see. Because this segment right here... okay, no, that's still not accessible. Got it. Yeah, I can't go into the back of the convent. Alright. There's nobody else in town who's an occult consultant. Funnily enough, if Ferenc was alive, I could consult with him about this, but I got him executed. Oops. Maybe that was a bad thing.
Wait, what's this? Not even the crypt was spared from the looting. Okay, there's no further dialogue with Gurnot. I'm gonna be more aggressive with Guy. This is his only chance to explain stuff to me. What the fuck were you doing? Again, Andreas? What is it this time? What? Why would I do such a thing? Covering your tracks. And just because you found gold someplace, you assume I hid it there? You made the mistake of pushing Marguerite out of the way. You described how you felt. What a cursed world. You can't even trust the blind to not be witnesses. Do go on. That's it. That's all I know at the moment. And that's all you will know because there's nothing more to know. And if there's nothing else, God bless you, Andreas. I need to talk to you about Otto's murder. I know about the money you were stealing from the Abbey. Keep your voice down. Where did you hear that? I'm asking the questions. You go on. Okay, I can't actually pursue that further. I think it was Volkbert. Volkbert was the one who gave me the lead about the abattoir, but I still can't pursue that further. Who can I talk to about the necromancy? I think that's Latin. What is that poem? What was that song? I think it's an old song from around Tolls, Andreas. I like it. A song meant for times of need, and I believe we're in need at this time. I worry about Brother Rudiger. Been in deep prayer ever since we fled into the library. All this violence and strife does not conform with his gentle soul. You really care for him, don't you? This kind and thoughtful man. Wouldn't. You'll find out who killed Otto, won't you? I have to. There's too much at stake. See, I told you. Why don't you sing for the others to hear? Yes, all your brothers. You're the cantor. Yours is the voice that leads them. You can do it. I believe in you, and Matthew believes in you. We all do. You can do it.
Christe eleison, unser Trott ihn hat versandt, Sancte Petre gewalt, dass mag ihn erian,
It's good to feel him gaining strength in his voice as he picks up into it, and the confidence comes back into him. This act has been so heavy, even more so than the last. I feel like I know the characters better. All right. given where we're at now, I think I can more so confront is there more I can learn at the St. Satya's shrine? I could maybe confront the proprietess. I think buying people drinks at this point is a little too general and doesn't give me much. There needs to be some other evidence I can get to confront Brother Guy. Loose piece of paper with handwritten notes tucked between the pages. Maybe I can find other handwritten notes in the scriptorum to corroborate the handwriting? I want to examine the looted sacristy. The journal. Guy's ledger? Oh. Does any of this writing corroborate? Oh, there's another page sticking out. Let's take a look at these entries. The Abbey's income. Mostly donations from pilgrims. It's not much. These are the Abbey's expenses. Some of these numbers are awfully high. Wait a minute, I think I see now. Guy is using double bookkeeping. A difficult type of accounting to understand. The Abbey is struggling to make ends meet. The accounts seem to balance out. This page is not part of the ledger. It's just a sheet of parchment with a few notes. But why was it tucked away in this ledger like this? I should hang on to it just in case. Something doesn't feel right. Okay. So that helps put more together. I don't think there would... Oh, hold on. Let's write the pages here. Okay. Yeah, nothing in here. Is there anything left around in the scriptorum that I need to investigate? It's Brother Guy's old desk. Why are there still supplies here? Mostly writing tools and parchment inside, except... Wait, what's this? Lemon? Hidden text. Lemon juice can be used as disappearing ink. I wonder if Guy's hidden anything on that bit of parchment we found in the ledger. I'll use the candle on his desk to check. Looks like we do need to be a little careful about this. So I think we can accidentally set this on fire. Okay, there it goes. The game's giving the rest to me. Guy was stealing from the Abbey. In March alone, he stole almost 7 florins worth of funds. That's as much as my father makes in months. He's sending it to the account of an Augsburger man who's depositing it with the Fuggers. If Otto knew about this, Guy would certainly have the motivation to silence him. At the very least, it's evidence we can use to show Guy was sending skimmed money to a proxy account in Augsburg. This is how they got Capone. Yep. I want to check the necromantic book again. What the hell was Guy getting into? Brother Piero. Rest in peace, my old friend. Mother Cecilia. if I go back and look at this again, I feel as though... Okay, no, we can't look at the book again. I feel as though maybe I missed something in the book because I had to X out of that interaction, and I've almost never had to do that before. Now I have proof about the theft. But there are a couple spots in the Abbey that I haven't taken another look at. But I don't think any of these places would normally matter. Like, it wouldn't occur to me that these would matter. Like, why would this place matter, for instance? Hannah's behavior was definitely strange. Well, I think this has to involve multiple people. I think this has to be somewhat conspiratorial. Have you found something else? Guy left evidence of his thefts in the Abbey ledger. In March alone, he stole almost 7 florins worth of funds and sent it to the Fuggers in Augsburg. My God! That can't be. How did you learn this? I found a receipt in the back of the Abbey's ledger, written in lemon juice. If Otto somehow knew about this, you can't think Brother Guy would have killed him. He might. He's never much like the peasants, but murder? I don't think violence of that kind is in his nature. I know his heart. You couldn't have made a mistake, are you certain? These are not the kinds of mistakes I make. Oh, no, I suppose not. It never ends, does it? These times are so dark, Andreas. Even with the Lord's light to guide us, I do not know how we will go on. This is through. There's little I can do about this now, but should we survive the coming days, the consequences for Brother Guy will be dire. Thank you for hearing me out. Whatever you think of me and my intentions, I do care about Kiersau. We have not always seen eye to eye, but I have never doubted you care for this place. In that, at least, we are aligned. One final thing. Have you spoken with him about this? No, not yet. So he doesn't know he's been found out. Very well. Go with God, now more than ever. You as well, Father Gurno. I don't think that Guy is the one who killed Otto, but I think he was stealing from the Abbey. And I think his theft from the Abbey is a big part of why the taxes were being raised. 7 florins is a lot of money for the Abbey to be short. That would certainly cause problems for... that would certainly cause problems for the abbot. The abbot's going to try to solve those in some clumsy way. The abbot trusted Guy with the books. The reason the abbot gave us for these taxes was that Guy recommended this to him. This was the only method he found. Figure of Saint Satya. Bounties, God's law, the bounty of God and God's law, how to share such things. I'm just roaming around places I haven't been to in a while I think, to see if I'm missing something or if something's changed. That's a lot of wind. This still bothers me. This plaque that says 2 innocents. Alright. I think we should probably confront Hannah and ask her to give us another suspect. It's like our only other option is to sleep. Rather, like, we're in free roam until we decide to sleep. Nothing from Smokey. Can I follow up with Father Thomas? This is the first time I've been able to come into this church. Our Lady of the Labyrinth. That's the same labyrinth as what exists in my mind. the same figure as Melancholia. What does the labyrinth symbolize? Feel lost. Like I've missed important things and I don't have enough time. Like I've done things out of order. I didn't realize this was an accessible map area. The Outer Farms. I hope nothing's ever been important there. I didn't find it before. Yeah, it looks as though most of our interactions are unavailable now. Why were we warned not to come back to Kiersau? Who warned us in this strange script? Who is making this happen? It seems perhaps that this is orchestrated by a necromancer. I don't know what to make of that. Yep. Who the hell was I supposed to talk to? What did I miss? I definitely feel like I've missed something. There's not really a choice but to move on. Yep. Yep. Anything I can do for you? Yes, actually. You must want to a break from all the work sometimes. A way to let off steam. I don't understand, Andreas. I know what you do by the Roman ruins. Doesn't matter. Yes. Why did you do it? So when it comes to tough choices, I'm far from convincing her about anything here. I disagreed with Otto, but why would I want to kill him? Look around. Is Tassing better with him dead? First you hold the ruin of my family over my head, and now this. Unless there's anything more you need, I won't abide by this foolishness. Good day, Andreas. I can't find anything more that I can do. I doubt anyone will have confessed about the murder to Father Thomas. 7 hours remain. It's still the middle of Compline. We're finishing this. You're needed in the Commons now. We'll be asking the questions, Maler. All right. Get dressed and be along. A loud noise by the shrine before Otto was found? A loud noise by the shrine. Huh. I don't remember that. By the shrine of Saint Satya. That's right. He was at the shrine of Saint Satya for a reason. Before Otto was found? Well, he heard loud things and he went out there to it, but I presumed it was the commotion of people in the forest. But maybe the noise he heard was something falling on Otto. I presume something fell on Otto and the scream was immediate. Something's happening in the commons. Peter and the others want us there. Will we be all right, Master Andreas? I won't let anything happen to you. We'll be fine. I get the feeling the way we treat Caspar is very important. Now that everyone's here, we can start. Start what? We're holding a trial for Otto's murderer. You're the one with the evidence. This isn't Westphalia. People of Bavaria don't have the authority to pass blood justice. And why not, Maler? We must have a means of exacting justice. Well, what have you found? We're all waiting. Hold on. Barely had a day to investigate. I can hardly come to a conclusion so soon. Answer the man. You better fucking decide, Maler, or you can watch that damned abbey go up in flames. Quiet. I have a woman in labor right next door. This behavior is shameful. If she loses her child because of this fighting, it will be on your souls. Agnes is right. I know you want justice for my husband, for your friend, but I don't want things to get worse than they already are. Please, Dad, give Andreas a little more time. Fine. Andreas, you've got until that baby is born. After that, we'll claim our justice. Faster, Maler. Good evening. Is it customary in Tassing that the people gather in the commons in the middle of the night? We do what needs to be done when it needs to be done. Who's asking? My name is Tristan von Fronberg. I'm here on behalf of the Duke of Bavaria. The Duke is aware that you've been distributing and discussing the 12 articles. He's also aware that you've been disputing conditions of taxation and land use with the Abbot of Kiersau. The Duke is merciful. He does not seek to punish Tassing for these disputes. But his mercy has limits. The Duke has become aware that you have imprisoned the Abbot and the monks of Kiersau within the Abbey. This is insult. This is rebellion. For this there can be neither tolerance nor mercy. You have until sunset tomorrow to vacate Kiersau Abbey and release the Abbot and all monks. If this is not done, the Duke's soldiers will enter the town and the Abbey in force. As certain as night follows day, they will kill every man and boy who stands in their way. There was the scream after Andreas had found Caspar, but it was a woman's scream. Yes, that's true. Yeah, it was a woman's scream from the direction of the town. And there was some sound that woke up Caspar before the scream. The Duke is aware of the town's complaints and finds some merit in them. He believes some concessions can be made regarding the death tax and the use of the forest for wood. Of course, only under the strict condition that the Abbot is released unharmed. The Duke is unwilling to make additional concessions. You can release the Abbot and take what is offered, or you can remain defiant and face the consequences. I will yield you little, save steel and fire. Sunset, tomorrow. All right, that's our deadline. Sunset tomorrow. We do need to get the Abbot out. Ah, our clock has increased. That's good. Okay. We have more time. I have until the end of the day. We can do the Miller, or drinks around the house. Okay. First things first. I want to go see Gertrude about Brother Adoc. Try and make sure that that's done. Gertrude's not here. Marguerite has no interaction. Gertrude is not in the aquarium. Gertrude is not here with the prioress. No further discussion with Illuminata. All right. Okay, I'm not sure what to do about that then. I might have missed the timing to follow up on that in any meaningful way. Let's turn our directions outside of the church then. I should go into the Zimmerman's house and try and find out if Otto had received any strange letters. I should talk with Father Thomas if it's possible. Yeah, right steps in the wrong order. Local St. John's Day confession. I have to give priority to locals, of course, but if you want to wait a few hours, I can hear you. You don't have to, of course, but I would be remiss if I didn't offer. Okay. So that's still an investigative opportunity with Father Thomas. Mm-hmm. Got it. Father Thomas, the Golden Hand Inn, and the Mill are three investigative opportunities still remain. We were able to get one investigative opportunity yesterday, which was the follow-up from the aqueduct, which I think was a correct thing to do. Let's see. Oh, Andreas. Are you all right? I knew something like this would happen. He believed in what he was doing. I know he was doing the right thing, but Andreas, I was so scared. I don't know what I'm going to do now. It's hard to deal with death so sudden. I don't remember my mother. She was gone before I ever knew her. And now Aunts is never going to know his father. I'm sorry, Andreas. I'm just so tired. It's all right. Maybe we could come back later and share a meal together. I think that would help. Later, then. I don't see anything peculiar here. Am I able to go upstairs? No, can't go up the stairs. So we don't see anything peculiar in the Zimmerman house, necessarily. Somebody must have seen something peculiar. How did you get caught up in another murder? Maybe God wants me to solve murders instead of making art. Seems like a bad way to put food on the table, but maybe you're right. Listen, Andreas. I can't talk any sense into Peter. I understand he's angry. We're all angry. Threatening the abbot? Burning down the abbey? The Duke's soldiers will tear this town apart.
I'm doing what I can, Andreas. Thank you. I know Peter is mostly bluster, but I'm just worried for all of us. I understand. I'll talk to you later, Andreas. Till then. Hey, Andreas. How are you doing, George? I'm alright. Veronica's helping Ava, and Dad's mad all the time. Tried talking to him, but he won't back down now that Otto's, well, I don't know what else to do. We won't make the winter if we don't do something. You solve Otto's murder first, we can figure out the rest. I don't know if we have that long. You better hurry, Andreas. I'll let you get back to it then. Until then. There's not much to do with Peter. Nothing with Clara. I'm going to further follow up with Ursula. I didn't expect there to be anything there. Now I'm just being kind of, like, circumspect about everything. This is the part where I kind of turn things over for loose change. I can't think of anything Brett would know. Doesn't seem to have done much good. Otto's death is a tragedy in an already tense time. I can only pray that things can be resolved peacefully. I worry about my husband. He's getting too involved with the whole business. He's doing his best to keep Peter from violence. He's the peacekeeper Tassing needs. I only pray that his efforts do not lead him into harm's way. I love Ulrich. He does not see that he may be both prudent and Christian. I pray that I'm not acting selfishly, but the abbot's taxes have affected us too. We must be able to provide for ourselves if we're to help others in Tassing. And as Proverbs says, do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest you also be like him. Following Peter into this foolishness is not the Christian action. I only pray you can see that in time. Will you speak with him, Andreas? I spoke with him earlier. He seems set on supporting the peasants. Ah, yes, it does sound like him. I suppose I'll take it up with him over supper again. God bless you, Andreas. All right. I think at the moment, I'm probably looking for the miller to provide me information on the motive, or like who else is involved. Werner Stolz, the doctor, nothing to have a conversation with him about. This seems like an out-of-order conversation. Your friend. Didn't mind him, was a proper Christian. He was a kind man. God rest his soul. Hope he gives us some peace too. Troubled times. What do you mean? You're the one who goes around the country, ain't that so? Peasant revolt all across the land. Folks here in Tassing unhappy too. Life's getting harder for everyone, but if the shit goes on, there'll be a backlash. A bloody one. Don't like the abbot coming for my fishing rights, but I will make do. I work for my wages like any man, Andreas. We work, we don't complain. It's not Christian. I suppose. How's your family doing during these troubling times? We're fine. Agnes is fine. Brigida and Martin are fine. Martin's become far more responsible a man after his return. I just wish him. Never mind. You wish Wolf hadn't been lost. Died, Andreas. Use the word. Yes, I wish Wolf was alive. I mourn the boy, all these years later. I hoped he'd take up my mantle. I wanted to pass on my knowledge and trade. Rest in peace, Wolf. May God keep his tiny soul safe. Perhaps Brigitte will have another while I live. She seems happy enough with Martin. I'd love to hear the patter of small feet again, a boy to hold a chisel and mallet, a little stonemason making his grandfather proud. I hope your wish comes true.
This game is so sad, you guys. Ugh. There's so much abject despair. All right. I think I'm going to investigate the Miller. I think it seems a bit more direct and to the source than like looking over the confessionals. Like, I didn't know what trigger warnings to put on this before starting, but I definitely would have put warning, dead kids. See, we went to the ad break. Talking about my arrival, why? We're pleased you've done so well for yourself. I see the mill's been doing well, and Hart works relentlessly to keep it in good condition. Very proud of it. It's unique in these parts, inspired by the designs used in the north. So it's very profitable too, and that's very important to Lenhart. Who's this young man? Caspar, my apprentice. Hello, mistress. Oh, you must meet my darling Paul. He'd love to meet someone his age pursuing art. Just not where Lenhart can see. I'm sure we can arrange that. That would be delightful, Master Maler. Must return to my work, Master Maler. Till later. Till then. Hello, Master Maler. Hello, Paul. Meet Caspar, my assistant. Oh, hello. You work with Master Maler. Have you done real art? I guess? I've been doing sketches of Tassing while we're here. All art created from the artist's heart is real art, Paul. You don't need fancy paints or canvases to be an artist. You think so? Sure. How's your art going? Shh. Not where Dad can hear. Oh, right. How's the art going? I'm practicing a lot more. Klaus even showed me a big book full of prints. He said they used a technique called woodcutting. Have you ever done woodcutting, Master Maler? I did some while in Krakow. The woodcuts take ages to create, but can be reused like Klaus' printing press. It's amazing. I wish Dad would change his mind about art. Maybe one day, Paul. You never know. I hope so. I should get back to helping my dad. See you later, Master Maler. See you, Caspar. Until then. Andreas, welcome back to Tassing. Though perhaps it's not so welcome given you arrived just in time for another murder. Quite unfortunate timing for you. If I can find the real killer and prevent more bloodshed, maybe it's a good thing I was here. Just stall them. Either they'll see the error of their ways, or the Duke will send soldiers to Tassing. Yes, a show of force. That will quench the peasants' bloodlust. I'm not going to respond to that. If you get tired of investigating, my door is open. If you'd like to join my family for a meal, or see the mountains, just let me know. See the mountains? Yes, for a brief hunt. Hunt? Yes, for deer. Might be able to help you get some perspective on the situation. I'm a bit preoccupied given the imminent attack on the town. Suit yourself. If the option to get more information out of him is a hunt, I'm less interested. Well, that's quite a redeem. All right. So if that's the line, we're going to say seductively. Warning. Dead kids. Oof. He's gonna chainy me. I'd have to look out for that. Yeah, that could happen. Okay. We can buy drinks for people at the Golden Hand Inn. I think our best route is probably, given that I don't want to go on the hunt, I'll try listening to confessionals here. Our Lady of the Labyrinth. Peculiar. Let's confess. You're welcome to stay and pray. Perhaps somebody has seen something that they'll confess to, that I can overhear, or that Thomas will be willing to share with me. See the mountains sounds like it could have a double meaning as a date or getting murdered or both. Who knows? I did see in the achievements when I was looking through it that there's an achievement for not shooting the deer. So presumably, we would go on a hunt, we would get the chance to shoot a deer, and maybe we wouldn't. There was a gun on his wall, too. What is it you have come to confess, Paul? I disobeyed my father to go down to the ruins to draw. How many times? 3. You must have known it was wrong every time. Why did you keep doing it? I don't know. I just think it's a stupid rule. He's right. It's stupid. It's not the point. Lenhart is the father. Well, I suppose you're right. Is there anything else, Paul? I had impure thoughts about a girl. How many times? I don't think I can remember. A lot. All right. Anything else? Well, Father, I need to say it quietly. That's fine, Paul. I already know about this. So if we did this, or what we actually did, we would have found this information in either case. That could possibly lead us to going on the hunt, or something like this. We found information in a very direct way with what we had done. Yes, Father. Father Thomas? What is it, Paul? Are we going to be all right? I mean, the soldiers. I don't know what's going to happen, Paul, but I do know that we are saved. Trust in that. Trust in God. He would not have talked about the soldiers if we did this yesterday. It's possible that if we did this yesterday, we might have heard a different set of confessions. Hard to get a grasp of what would happen with all that. I need more information. But Paul's not going to be the only one to come up with confession here.
squint uncomfortably. You remember when we saw him there with Hannah? That's right, we did. It might be that I can only light a candle a certain number of times to hear things in detail. What have you come to confess, Gret? I argued with my husband about his support of the peasants. It's not sinful for you to disagree about such things. It's a serious matter. Peasants are trying to change the way things have always been. When people try to change a place's way of life, they are playing with fire, with sin. Is Ulrich's soul in danger? I know Ulrich is a good Christian, but I worry that the peasants will become violent. I thought Otto's death might shock the peasants into abandoning their cause, but it only inflamed them. Oh God, poor Otto. Master Andreas, do you think Gret could have killed Otto? She was at the scene right when we arrived, and she was still in her costume. We saw what was almost certainly the killer pass us in the woods. It's not possible for her to have been in both places at once. It's all right, Gret. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm here to listen to your confession. I'm hearing what sounds like a mouse. Very Majora's Mask coded. The timelines do give that feeling. The impending dread and the just depressing quality to it as well. But here we can't go back in time, and that's a shame. Two Hail Marys and an Our Father. Is anyone gonna confess something good? Maybe just our luck if the killer had no conscience about this whatsoever. What have you come to confess, Anna? This'll be a waste of time. You can't pick who comes to confession. I stole things from people during St. John's Eve. How did you do that? I waited until the bonfire, and then I went out and just took things when people weren't looking. It's a serious sin, Anna. What did you steal and from whom? A candle from Agnes's house. I also took a cup from Johann Bauer's house. Johann Bauer in the room, in the back there. And a letter from Martin Bauer. A letter? What kind of letter? I don't know. It just looked fancy, and the ink was a pretty color. No, that's important. That's incredibly important. Ink that's a pretty color? He must have received a letter from the thread puller. If it's still... Why would Martin get a letter from the thread puller? So, everybody who's gotten the letter has been trying to bring them to the same place, to the scene of the crime. And I think that's because... I think that the situation that's going on is that there is an individual who is setting up crimes of opportunity, taking everything but the last step. And in order to ensure that the last step comes to pass, they just bring a lot of people with the right motive together into the place. And that's either to obfuscate what's going on and they actually commit the murder, or they just try to get somebody to commit the murder. Maybe I can find it. You have to apologize to the people you stole from. So I have to find the letter at the Albans. You're going going to wind up like Martin Bauer did. Martin found God and his family again. But not every wayward child's story ends as happily as that of the prodigal son. Apologize to God and the people you stole from. As an additional penance, say 5 Hail Marys and 5 Our Fathers. Alright. So, Martin received a letter? That's a total swerve. These letters seem to be the most important thing that's linking all of these incidents together. You were just here for Easter. Don't tell me that... Well, Father, I laid with my late brother's wife on St. John's Eve. What? That was unexpected. This is the 3rd year in a row. Father, please keep your voice down. I can't hear them, can you? Andreas, how many candles are you going to light today? I forgot to say a prayer for the Hungarians. They're fighting the Ottomans, you know. Oh, that is dreadful. Certainly then. Okay, if I have to light a 3rd candle, it'll be Caspar. Just French necromancy. Yep. We just got carried away by St. John's bonfire. Don't you bring St. John into this. Sorry, Father. This has to stop, Johann. God's forgiveness is limitless, but you must truly repent for your sin. I don't know what's in your heart, but he does. If you do not recognize the sin in yourself, you are as far from salvation as we are from Jerusalem. Yes, Father. For penance, say 5 decades of Hail Marys, and don't forget the Our Fathers. That'll take forever, Father. You'll burn in the fires of hell forever if you don't stop this, Johann Bauer. All right, I understand. Thank you, Father. Oh, and Father, I can't spare a confession penny right now. I'm sorry. It's all right, Johann. You don't need to give me anything. It's more important to help your family right. Thank you, Father. Oh, Father. If I die, if the soldiers, kill me. Yes? Will I go to hell? I don't know, Johann. Please don't let it come to that, for everyone's sake. I'll do what I can, Father. Whew! Johann has done this before, a couple of times. Did he say anything about the murder? No, unfortunately. Sorry, Master Andreas. Maybe the next one will go better. Andreas, it's your turn. All right, Father. Just wait here, Gaspar. Yes, Master. Would you mind if we moved right to the confession part, Father? It's been a long day. I think God will understand, but make it a good confession. What would you like to confess, Andreas? Perhaps covetousness. Oh, for what? The same as always. Books, manuscripts, and every printed volumes alike, on any and every subject. The desire for knowledge is not necessarily sinful. Many of the townsfolk have even started to buy books from the druckers on their own. But I can't stop them. I have dozens, perhaps 100 of them. I haven't even read most of them. The library of Krakow is incredible. The printers of the city produce beautiful new texts every year. There are greater sins, Andreas, though I wonder at how easily the mind could be infected by what's printed in some of those books. But why engage in this pursuit if it is more of a compulsion than a pleasure? Because my work no longer brings me any enjoyment, there is no pleasure in painting. Portraits, altarpieces, religious artwork with the clients' families placed prominently in the corner. All pomp and vanity, monuments to the powerful as they wanted to be seen. It seems that wealth and fame are not as nourishing as you might have hoped. I am lost, Father. You must not lose hope, Andreas. Look for God in your heart, and you will find him. It grieves me to hear that you are in pain, and this pain is leading you to error. I cannot know what course will lead you to happiness, but God does. When you return to Nuremberg, seek counsel from your wife and from your priest. I need to share this marital trouble. I don't know, Father. I see. I'm sorry, Andreas. It seems you have many problems to work through. For penance, say 3 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers. And when you feel despair, remember that hopelessness is among the gravest sins against God. It offends him, because no matter how dire things may seem, there is always salvation through Christ's sacrifice. Yes, Father. This doesn't make me feel any better. I feel as though Andreas had more to talk about here, but I didn't have a choice to be more open. God bless you, Andreas. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to prepare for dinner. We can go to the Albans and figure out about, the note. Hail Mary number 1. Hail Mary number 2. I don't remember how many of these he asked for us to do. I think it was a 3 and 2. He's proceeding automatically. Second Our Father. I had to allow that term. It's completely acceptable in the context, so there you go. Yeah. People need some hope. Well, that's fine. Wake up, Caspar. It's time to go. Amalie. Are you all right? My body pains me, but my spirit soars. I suppose the spirit's the more important part. Always. You were listening to their confessions, weren't you? Yes. I was hoping to learn something about Otto Zimmermann's murder. Many tell their confessors, that which they wouldn't speak to their closest loved ones. Did you hear something we missed? It sounded like a waste of time to me. Not today, but I did hear someone else confessing in here the other day. Brother Guy came here to confess to Father Thomas. Oh, right after he was talking to us. Interesting. Brother Guy wanted to confess to Father Thomas for 2 reasons. First, he was confessing about stealing money from the abbey. I can see why he wouldn't want to confess that to the abbot. Second, he knew Father Thomas was becoming suspicious of his role in managing the Abbey's money. If Brother Guy confessed to him, Father Thomas would be bound to secrecy by the seal of confession. Despicable. He also said Otto Zimmermann confronted him about the Abbey's finances when he was doing repairs. Otto saw Brother Guy writing in the Abbey's ledger and he demanded to see it. Otto said he'd prove the Abbey was hoarding money, one way or another. That doesn't sound good. It sounds like Guy had a motive to see Otto dead. Why are you telling us this, Sister Amalie? I'm just a woman dead to the world, abiding in this cell, but I still have eyes that see and ears that hear. Brother Guy has abused the trust of Father Gernot and Father Thomas both, and in so doing he has profaned the sacrament of confession to shield himself from justice. This is the least I could do. Thank you, sister. I must pray now. God be with you both.
Certainly is looking like Brother Guy is,
The one here. The ledger we discovered at the Abbey. This gives Guy a strong motive to kill Otto. Because if Otto forced the abbot to review their ledger, the abbot would realize that Guy was stealing money from the Abbey. And the secret deposits Guy hid with lemon juice make that clear. Now I just need to decide if he's actually responsible for the deed. Let's go, Caspar. We're done here.
I mean, I do think it's reasonable for Guy to be a red herring, but there are other red herrings at the same time, because it's equally possible that Hannah's a red herring. And Hannah's the one we found out about first. We found out about Guy in a way that was, in many ways, happenstance. First things first, let's go to the Albans and see if I can get Martin's letter. And maybe I can talk to Martin about it.
Master Andreas, can you help me with something? I can't show Mom and Dad because it's a secret. I can keep a secret. It's a note, but I can't read it myself. I thought the purple ink was pretty. He knows who you are now. He won't stop. The Rathal, after St. John's fire.
Who you are?
What do you think it means, Master Andreas? The note must be a warning. Whoever killed Otto had a secret they didn't want discovered. Where did you find this, Anna? I found it at the Bowers house. It was just sitting out, and I grabbed it. You can keep the paper, Master Andreas. Just don't tell anyone where you got it, promise? I won't tell. See you later, Master Andreas. Bye, Anna. Be good.
Let's go talk to Martin about this. I don't think Martin has reason to hide this. To hide anything about this. He won't talk to me about it.
Andreas Maler.
Hello, Cat.
Well, would you look at that? You're back in Tassing.
We did learn that she is, kind of screwing her brother-in-law. If I've got the relationships right. Very jarring musical score. I think I didn't catch it.
Please meet Caspar, my apprentice.
Oh, the bit that played when the note showed up? Every time we found a note, that musical bit has played. These notes are the most important thing that's been going on.
Brings you back to Tassing, Andreas. Just passing through on the way back to Nuremberg. I must say I was surprised to see him. He disappeared when you were last in town. France passed a few winters ago, then Wolf. Brigida and I nearly lost the farm and our mines. But Martin returned shortly after, and he's proved to be a changed man. A good man. He saved us from destitution. Of course, the Abbey would have seized your land. Johann wished to buy it, to preserve it for Brigida and I, but the taxes being what they are, well, we're lucky Martin returned. I'd not wish the fate of Attilia Kemperin on any woman, least of all myself. Times may be hard in Tassing right now, but God truly does answer our prayers. She mean the fate of being a widow? As Attilia didn't lose her land, because I stopped that. Truly good to see you again, even in the midst of such terrible times. I did want to ask you more about your son, actually. Martin seems different from how I remember him. What changed? He was still gone by the time you left Tassing. He returned several weeks later, like he always did. Was it his travels or time that changed him? Only God knows the truth of a man's heart, but I suspect the challenges he faced on the road improved his memories of home. He hasn't stolen anything or run off in years. Truly the Lord provides for his faithful. He and Otto were arguing the other day, though. Do you know why? Were they? I'm sorry, Andreas, but I don't know anything about that. Martin supports Otto in his cause against the abbot's taxes. They didn't have any cause to fight. I don't know, Kat. Their argument was quite heated. Did Martin have any reason to hurt Otto? Of course not. They'd become like close friends these past few years, like brothers. Even brothers quarrel. After France died, God blessed me by returning my son to me healed of his darkness. We should be giving thanks that the Lord led Martin to the light. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm just trying to find out who really killed Otto. Trust me, Andreas, I know my own son. Martin would never do such a thing. Thank you for talking with me, Kat. Thank you for hearing me out. Until later, Andreas. Until then. Nothing there. Is there anything more I can hear from the widow Kemperin? Random to-do playing. Yeah, huh. Enjoy the bonfire. Up until the murder, I suppose. They only seem to happen when you're here. What are you doing back here anyway? I came to pay my respects to Brother Piero. Why? He can't hear you. He's gone. For my own sake, I suppose. All right, I understand that. Stupid, but I understand it. Can't imagine why anyone would want to come to Tassing unless they were desperate. How's life been alone on the farm? Fine, thanks to you. Johann Bauer rents some of my land, but Martin rents more. I'm able to tend to my own peace. It's not easy, but nothing is at my age. Okay, just a short bit. Glad to have caught up with her. Okay, let's consult the journal again. It suggested Otto knew who Martin was, and stated the place and time where Otto was later murdered. What does it mean by Otto knew who Martin was? So Otto knew that Martin was a bandit for a time? We are at mealtime. What are my meal options? There is the Golden Hand, the Adox, the Zimmerman House. The Zimmerman House is where I'm... Oh, it's not the Albans. It's, Balthazar. The Zimmerman House is probably where I'm most interested in eating. Not because of any kind of information. Just for the sake of being decent about it. I'm gonna check one more time to see if I can find Gertrude. There's Sophie. There's Gertrude. Maybe I can get the medicine for Brother Adoc. Very weak, has trouble breathing and remarks of pain in his chest and heart. Let me think. St. Hildegard recommends yellow gentian. Currently have none in the herb hut. Higher up in the mountain, there may be a few in the forest. And bring me some, I can mix up a curative broth. Set out with haste. May God shine mercy upon Brother Adoc. Take care, Andreas. Is yellow gentian the very, Is that the stuff that was at the shrine, actually? Maybe we'll learn more about it, if that is the correct plant. It's not here. Let's check by the waterfall. Unless I can actually transition out to this without taking time. Can't transition at all. The shrine flowers were marsh marigolds. Okay. Is this it? Yellow plant with elliptic leaves. This might be the one. I still haven't found any story interactions at the old salt mine this entire time. That's got to be related to some kind of dead lead. I don't know. Unused locations make me nervous probably more than anything else. Oh, and... okay, that's more zinc foil. Ah. Let's get this plant back to Gertrude. Yeah, I know there's an Act 3 because I looked at the achievements. So it's possible it might be used then. Have you found the yellow gentian? By the grace of our Lord. Fortunately, there's a fair bit dry already. Yes, best to grind and mix the gentian into a broth, a few other herbs for calming the body. It'll take a bit of time. Come back later, Andreas. Alright, we can try to come back after dinner. Well, after lunch. I'm glad I checked on that. So, let me go have lunch with Ava. After that, I'll want to try and see if I can talk to Martin. I also wonder if maybe the victim got a letter. Because the Baron also received a letter. I was kind of hoping to have found one here. Although, we checked Otto's body for a letter and didn't find one. It's not easy being alone right now. Yes, I know you're here, little boy. We're happy to keep you company, Ava. Thank you, Andreas. I know you have your own problems to deal with. Please sit. It still very much bothers me that Andreas hasn't told anybody in Tassing about the death of his son. Would you like me to pray? You wouldn't mind. Bless us, O Lord, in these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Watch over everyone in Tassing and Kiersau, no one else comes to harm. Through Christ our Lord, amen. I know that Ava's heartfelt desire right now is peace for the rest of the town. know my father and the others, they forced you into it, but I appreciate it. I need to do what I can to prevent Peter from inciting more violence. Can't let the brothers suffer at the hands of a mob for your husband's death. Otto did his best to keep the peace and stand up for the right thing. Now that he's gone, I don't know what will happen. May I ask you something about Otto? I know it's hard. Who do you think may have had cause to kill Otto? The abbot, or others in town who resented Otto? I expect she would point at the miller. Must have hit it well because it seemed like everyone around here supported him. Most people support him, but it bothered my father that it took the inheritance and forest laws to get Otto on our side. Peasants have been dealing with the abbot's taxes and property schemes for years. If you hadn't interceded for Attilia Kemperin, she would have lost her farm. Taxes and restrictions apply to everyone equally in Tassing, don't they? Just because they apply to everyone doesn't mean we're all affected by it equally. Yeah, it affects the poorer more. Especially when they aren't allowed to pay their taxes with crops. And the families around here used to depend on the forest for fish, for firewood, and for grazing their pigs. You can't say that someone like Dr. Stolz or even Klaus is affected the same way as my family or the Bowers. There had to be some people who were unsympathetic, like Lenhart. Of course, but no one hates the peasants the way he does. I can't think of anyone else who spoke out against Otto. He managed to convince most of the townsfolk that the peasants' cause was right. If anyone harbored resentment about it, they kept quiet about it. Surely there was some opposition initially. Yes, of course, people debated it in the Commons. But no one got that heated about it, aside from Lenhart. I'm sorry, I don't think I can talk much more about this. I just want it to be over with. Mistress Ava, are you feeling well? You've barely eaten anything. I don't have much of an appetite, but I'll be all right. I'll eat in a bit, for Otz's sake. Thank you, Kaspar. What about you, Andreas? I'm sure you weren't expecting this to interrupt your trip home. I have mixed feelings about returning to Nuremberg. Things are difficult at home. I have a huge commission waiting for me, and I have no interest in doing it. No interest in any art, to be honest. What do you mean? You always seem to love painting. When I saw your masterpiece just before you left, I still think it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. What's happened to you in the last 7 years? I lost touch with something, Ava. I don't even know why I do this anymore. It sounds like you need to make something new, something for different people. You have a talent to reach more people than you know, Andreas. What do you mean? Think about Klaus. Even a peasant up here in the mountains can afford the books he prints and sells. The words and images in those books can help us understand places and things and ideas that we will never be able to see for ourselves. That may not matter to all of us, but to some of us it does. It matters to me. So if you want to make art that matters, make it about something important, and make it for someone who cares. Maybe you're right. Something important for someone who cares. Thank you for the visit, both of you. It helps. Think about what I said, Andreas. You don't have to be unhappy. I will. Thank you. And thank you for trying to find justice for Otto. God bless you. 5 hours left. We can go back to Gertrude, and I want to find a time to talk to Martin. I get the feeling there's not much more we can do to investigate. have the curative for Brother Adoc. I hope it's enough to alleviate his affliction. I did what I could with the time and tools available. You'll appreciate the help no matter what. Of course, God bless you and all the brothers in these dire times. I hope this awful outbreak ends soon before any bloodshed. As do I. Thank you for your help. Be safe, Andreas. Everything surrounding Brother Guy that's the most we've found out about anything. Everything we found at all just points to either Guy or Hannah. Uh-oh. People shouldn't have. The others. As you care for others, I must care for you. I never would have guessed back in the day you to be an angel upon earth. Rest easy, Brother Adol. Good. I didn't necessarily expect that to lead anywhere, but it did give us an achievement. So let's go to Martin. I'm trying to think of anything else we might have left open. So certainly the Proprietess and the Miller are both suspicious. Yeah. Let's go see if we can talk to Martin. Talking to Martin is the only thing that is like a secondary follow-up. Oh look, we can see the soldiers' encampment in the distance. Isn't that great? That's true. I still haven't found a follow-up on the book about necromancy. Is there anything else through Amalie or Thomas? No, doesn't look like it. Can we talk more with Martin Bauer? It's not giving us anything. That's so frustrating. Can't go into their house either. Nothing through Cat. Brigida has a follow-up? Will this go anywhere? So strange seeing Martin. Seems like he came back a changed man. Of course not. He did get into an argument with Otto when I was coming to town, though. What happened there? Why all the questions about my husband, Andreas? Looking for any reason. Otto was pressing Martin to support him in the town commons. Martin has changed, but his history in this town is remembered. Doesn't want to cause more trouble. He didn't want to speak in the commons because he's afraid of the abbot. They squabbled over it, that's all. Otto threatened Martin if he didn't cooperate. What was your husband so afraid Otto knew? Help me understand the truth, Brigida. Martin does have a secret. I'll tell you. My Martin never came back. He died on the road. The man who came back is Jobst Farber. He traveled with my husband, and when Martin died, he took my husband's place. They looked alike. No one even noticed. Jobst has been a better husband than Martin ever was. He had a rough past, but he's a changed man. He saved the farm and our family. He works hard and lets me spend as much time with Veronica as I want. He's a miracle I never expected to have. I don't know how Otto found out, but I'm not surprised he held it over Jobst to get his way. That wasn't fair of Otto, but Jobst wouldn't kill Otto over it. If anyone finds out he's impersonating Martin, you will find a criminal charge. One far less severe than murder. Please, Andreas, I'm pregnant with his child. He's a good man. Leave us out of this. I'll do what I can to keep your family safe. Okay, we closed the book on what's going on with Martin, and we figured out why they have the letter. That was really cool. What a twist. And yeah, that's pretty intriguing. And that was left open by the story we heard earlier. So that wasn't Martin, it was Martin's other bandit friend, so to speak. Okay. We have 2 opportunities for investigation. I also think I kind of want to go back to the abattoir. I could try to confront more of the monks or do some other stuff around that. What other open ends do I have? Okay. So I think we're on to our last investigation. The lead on Martin is something we got through the confessions, and we followed up on that. The confessions also gave us the lead on Guy. I think we followed the information about Guy up to its conclusion. It's not like Guy is going to confess. It's not like we have hard evidence along the way. So the killer went into the aqueducts, and the killer could have gone from the aqueducts to a few different places. To get out the way we got out, we had to clear rocks out of the way. So it doesn't seem as though the killer exited the aqueducts through the, it doesn't seem as though the killer exited the aqueducts through the area by the mill. It seems they exited the aqueducts either into the convent or into the abbey. I think this points us to Guy. Yeah. They just looked a bit alike, and it hadn't been years. He returned, they said it was weeks later. I think he was only gone for something like 8 weeks, and he was replaced. That's crazy. His wife knew. Nothing from Paul. Nothing else over at the Roman ruins. The way it is right now, I'm really thinking we lay this on Guy. Who is actually out here? Elena, Martha, and Anton. Okay, there's no actual dialogues here. Okay. What else could we follow up on or look into? Chat with Smokey, maybe? Nope, nothing there. Oh, did you think so? No. Well, it doesn't appear to me as though there's anything actually supernatural in the game. It's all beliefs. The world is not that much fantasy. It's much more historical. That being said, I'm going to go back to the abattoir and see if it gives me another chance to interact with that book, or if I'm just stuck as far as that's concerned. Looks like a no. I don't know why I was unable to talk to Guy about the necromancy book. And I can't re-interact with the necromancy book. It seems very weird. Like, I don't know why that connection got kind of lost.
I don't think there's anything to find in the kitchen or the cellar. It's weird that I can even go into the cellar. I've gotten no leads that would point me here. There's nothing here. It seems like the only point of the cellar is that Brother Piero was being kept there in Chapter 1. Been through the dormitory with no information. I've been through the church. Unless there's something up in the tower. It's one of the only places I haven't visited in Act 2. Looks the same. Okay. Got it. All right. So if I've got one move left to play, and I'm not likely to be able to follow up on it no matter what I do, I think what I do in this case is go hunting with the Miller. The Miller already has a 100% solid alibi. But he seems like he's close to this. I know about you and Hannah. So? I don't give a damn that you're cheating, but I heard you two by the ruins. I told Hannah not to meet me there in the middle of the day. You think I give a shit who knows about us? You won't change that. You don't scare me. What do you want? You asked Hannah if she could be a murderer, but she never answered. You think she killed Otto? Not very delicate about the matter, are you? No, I don't think she did. She's a devilish woman, sure, but too cowardly. She won't even admit to her husband he's a cuckold, much less murder Otto. If you're really looking for someone to blame, try Martin. There's something off about him, and Otto knew it. When we be done with this tiresome inquisition, I have things to do. What an Adonis over here. Are you sure it's safe? They're surrounding the peasants. The Duke knows I support the abbot. I always have. You and I aren't in danger, Andreas. If we want to hunt, we can hunt. A hunt hardly seems appropriate. And if it would help, I can tell you what I know, and I know a fair deal. What do you know? No, come hunting with me and I'll tell you. All right, fine. You'll have to leave the boy behind, though. He'll slow us down. I understand. Kaspar, you can stay here with Paul until we return. All right, Master. How's the climb suiting you, Maler? It's a bit more challenging than I was expecting. The worst is over. There's only a little way to go. Rest for a moment, and let me know when you're ready to continue. I can see all of Tassing and Kiersau from here. I probably have enough time for a quick sketch. Despite all of Tassing's troubles, it looks peaceful from up here. Why is this so hard? It's like my mind just wants my hand to stop. I can't even draw something as beautiful as this valley. What a waste of time. I'm glad I came up here if only to have that moment, even if it was a moment of frustration for the character. You can see the Duke's soldiers getting information around the town. Peter has no idea what he's gotten the peasants into. Come nightfall, it will be too late. Only if I can't find Otto's killer before then. Ah, yes, of course. All that space devoted to fields. It's a pity we need the peasants to work them. They lead hard lives and do difficult work. That's not my problem.
God saw fit to make them peasants. They're grist for God's mill. And no one wants grist. We just want the flour that comes from it. And yet without grist there would be no flour. Like I said, it's a pity. Still, their women are of some value. Don't misunderstand me. They're as stupid as the men, but they do have some charms. I should Cheney this guy. Well, that's enough talk for now. Are you ready to head up? Deer come through this clearing at all times of year. There's a natural blind up ahead. We can watch from there. I have to admit, I didn't think much of you when you were last in Tassing. Poor artist and all that. What changed? You made something of yourself. Became a master in Nuremberg. Oh yeah, he's a massive tool. And he's proud of it. In 7 years, you've gone from boarding in a run-down peasant's hovel to running your own successful workshop. Men like us make our own fortune. After a bit of wandering in my case. It doesn't matter. What's important is that you arrive there eventually. Peter Gertner will toil the same field his father did until he drops. Big Jorg will do the same. Peasants ask for the world. They can't even comprehend what's outside of their tiny plot of land. Where's this conversation leading? This rebellion by the farmers, it won't go anywhere. Whether it ends peacefully or violently, they won't win. If they need a scapegoat for Otto's death, look to Martin Bauer. Why would he want to kill Otto? Martin didn't want to support Otto's little rebellion. He was quite happy with the way things were. So Lenhart's going to point the finger at Otto, but we already know Otto's innocent. I think Otto learned something about Martin that Martin didn't want to get out. It was dire enough to change Martin from resisting Otto to wholeheartedly supporting him in front of the town. How fortunate it is that you were eating with Werner and Baltus when the murder happened. It must have been Providence. God wouldn't want me punished for something I didn't do. Get down. He's there. See him? You lead. I'll follow. What's that? This gun isn't the most accurate weapon, but I hit the deer. What more do you want? Oh, relax, Maler. You're fine. Let's find the stag. It can't have gone far. It's not dead yet. It looks like we both wounded it, but not enough. It's easy enough to kill a dumb beast when it's helpless. You seem to take pleasure in overpowering helpless creatures. It is the nature of a wolf to feed upon sheep. I'm not going to take every cheap shot I can. But that's it. This man's a miller. He makes flour, and he thinks of himself like a wolf. He takes what he wants. Let's find a long stick to carry the deer. It was a good hunt. Thank you for coming with me. I went with you hoping you would tell me something useful about Otto's death. And I did. Maybe it wasn't what you wanted, but I don't really care about what you want. Think about what I said about Martin. I'll look into it. I'm glad to hear it. Good luck, Andreas Maler. I think it may be impossible for us to know, but
The one I feel most specific about is Guy. I already know Martin's secret. I think there might have been something more for us to find out about Hannah. We don't have much time, so let's get this over with. I know some of you are frightened, some of you want to give up. We have to see this through. Maybe we can't get what we've been fighting for, but we can get justice for Otto.
What about the Duke's soldiers? They've been getting closer all day.
I know, that's why we have to do this now, before it's too late. All we need now is for Andreas to tell us who did it. No more stalling, Andreas. We need to know who killed Otto, and we need to know now.
Can Andreas even tell us the truth?
I'll tell you so justice can be served, not so you can fulfill your revenge. The guilty party should face the law, not a mob. I'm not debating this, Ulrich. We're out of time. Acting now is the only way to get justice. We can't let anything stop us. A name, Andreas. Just give us a name. We'll do the rest.
She made it, everyone. She made it. Rachel gave birth to a baby girl.
Oh my goodness, maybe this could calm everybody down. That would be so nice.
Quiet, quiet. Everyone needs to stay back and give Rachel space.
Yes, Agnes, of course.
All is well. Praise God. Safe and sound, and a baby girl, Baruch Hashem. With everything going on, with everything that could have happened.
Oh.
Peter, I'm sorry. I can't keep supporting you anymore. I understand your cause, but I need to protect my daughter and keep my friends safe. I've already lost Mary and Bert. I can't bear to lose anyone else. If bowing to the Duke's wishes will protect us, I'll do it gladly. I believe in the cause, Peter, but not at the cost of any more violence. You're making the right decision, Klaus. Lives are at stake now. Please excuse me, everyone. I need a moment to myself.
Please, everybody, talk Peter down.
How can you all so easily give up? The soldier said the Duke would consider concessions for the town if we release the abbot. Surely that will be enough. There's room in the law to allow a peaceful resolution. We should trust Andreas' expertise and judgment, and trust in the law as well. Force will not solve anything. Letting the abbot go will be justice, wouldn't it? If he's not the one who killed Otto? You townsfolk don't understand. Letting the abbot go won't fix anything. If we can't get the concessions we need, all peasants will starve and die in the end. And then where will Tassing be? Besides, Otto's death needs to be vindicated. Don't walk away from this now, Ulrich. I've not swayed from the cause, Peter, rest assured. Ulrich, this isn't your fight. It is moral and Christian to stand with the peasants. I cannot do otherwise. Damn you all. Such behavior is reckless and cruel, especially right now. Get out, all of you. Let Rachel rest. Yes, Agnes, we'll go now. Andreas will not done. We must still find justice for Otto before the Duke's soldiers arrive. Let's continue this outside. No more stalling, no more interruptions. Tell us what you know, Andreas. Give us a name. Give us a name, or the monks can burn along with their precious books. Mobbing the culprit won't give you any concessions. Let's just give the murderer to the Duke's men instead. The Duke's men have forced us to act. We'll worry about the abbot and the soldiers after we've dealt with the killer. Tell us. I have one more condition. God damn it, Maler, we don't have time for this. Let Caspar leave. He doesn't have to be wrapped up in this mess. What? Leave? Yes, fine. The boy can leave. It's not his fight. Please, Caspar. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you. Oh, wow. This is really wild. We can't make him leave our side because we have been so kind to him at every step. He'll refuse to abandon us because we've encouraged him to learn from our mistakes. We showed concern for him on St. John's Eve. We cared for him after we fell into the cistern, and we reassured him when the mob came. He won't leave us. That's so interesting that that is technically a failure to persuade, but I think it represents the better outcome by far. So it gives me the feeling that success isn't success necessarily in this game. Success and failure are just branches of things. Find your way back to Salzburg, back to your family. Please. You'll teach me again when this is all over, right? Of course, Caspar. I'll be right behind you. I'll see you soon, Master. Who killed Otto? Oh, that's interesting. I've got 3 pieces of evidence, so to speak, against Martin. I've got 2 pieces of evidence on Hannah. And I've got 6 pieces of evidence on Guy. Or rather, that's like the whole run of it. I think there's more evidence to find about Guy as well. Every dialogue choice that says this will be remembered is part of a later subsequent check, and every dialogue piece that goes into the journal is part of these overarching things. I think Guy is my strongest suspect by far. I think there was something about the necromancy that I didn't get the right lead-in on, and I think Brother Woljars, I think that brother could have told us more. I think he knew something. It was Brother Guy. Doing the abbot's bidding. Maybe we'll be burning down the abbey after all. No, Guy acted alone. He was stealing money from the abbey. Otto tried to see Guy's ledger at the scriptorium. When Guy refused, Otto said he'd see it one way or another. So he panicked. One way or another he'd be caught, either by Otto or the abbot. Only a few days ago, Guy hid some of his stolen money in one of the sisters' herb jars. One of the sisters identified him, and I saw the stolen money with my own eyes. It was a small fortune. It sounds like the brothers learned their greed from the abbot. We won't touch the others, Andreas, but if Brother Guy killed Otto, he needs to face justice. All right, Peter, we've heard Andreas out, but the accused should be allowed to defend themselves. I've heard enough. We're getting Guy. Search the abbey for Brother Guy. Was he with the other monks? What if they're protecting him? Quickly, get to the scriptorium. I saw a guy running out of the church just now. He was headed towards Lenhart's mill. Towards Lenhart's mill? Stay back, brutes. This won't end well for any of you. Brother Guy has my protection. Why would you protect Brother Guy, Lenhart? They're in cahoots. I thought you might have learned something from our little chat. Seems you really are pathetic as the rest of this lot. Just give us the murderer, Lenhart. Don't make things worse. Fuck you, Andreas. I thought you had a backbone, but you're a spineless bastard. Else, take the boy and go. You don't need to be involved in this. Yep. Get the lad out of the way. No, else get back in the mill. Don't you dare disobey me, Paul, you heard me? Get your mother back inside. I'm not staying here any longer. I'm taking Mom and we're leaving, somewhere far away from you. Good boy, Paul. You'll regret this, boy. I won't be responsible for how your life turns out if you leave. Lenhart, let them go. They've lived under your rule long enough. I should have expected this from you, Paul. You've always been a sad excuse for a son. And else, if you do this, you won't find anyone else to love you. You'll be a feckless old crone like that Ottilia, else. It's over, Lenhart. They're gone. You're not so high and mighty now, are you? You're going to lose everything, just like us. Give up, Muller. There's more of us than you in that mill, and you can't shoot us all. Give us that dirty monk, you bastard. I didn't do anything. You have to believe me. I had nothing against Otto, nothing against the peasants. I'm on your side. You are the one who caused this entire fucking problem. You're a liar, a thief, and a murderer, and now you'll pay for it. You're all mad. This isn't how the law works, and you know it. Your blabbering will change nothing. You've never given a damn about law or justice or propriety or fucking decency a day in your life, Lenhart. Ha! You've let me have my way for years, Peter, and done shit all about it. You never stood up for anything, and you won't get any further today, coward. Peter, Lenhart, please. Let us search for peace tonight. Your language is not Christian. Coward, am I? Come down here and face me like a man, you piece of shit. My voice is really gonna be bad after this. I can feel it. Everyone calm down and still talk this out. Violence is not the answer, Peter. You can't blame the man, Ulrich. Force is all Peter and his family knows. It certainly worked with Christine. How dare you even speak her name, much less suggest... Lenhart's fucking dead. You killed him. They are burning down that fucking mill. You brought this on yourself. Let both of the murderers die together. Andreas, troops are advancing on the town. We need to go now. We must let the abbot out so he can talk to the Duke's soldiers. Let's go. Yep. Need the abbot to set the peace. Come on, abbot, you can do this. Father Abbot, you can come out now. The peasants won't hurt you now. Really? Why? Andreas found the killer and justice has been dispensed. Peter has to keep to his word. Are you sure? Please, Father Abbot, the Duke's soldiers have surrounded the town. We have to show them you're in no danger, since the peasants aren't holding you captive. We don't want any more bloodshed, Father. Oh, because Klaus is the printer in the town. His words aren't written on, they're printed on. Is anyone hurt? We saw a fire. And where's Brother Guy? What's happened to him? Peter, stop. You got your justice. You swore that you wouldn't harm the abbot or the brothers, remember? I did. No one else needs to die tonight. The abbot can talk to the Duke's herald. Yeah, it's great. You held Lenhart responsible for his actions. We can convince the Duke that what happened tonight was justice. Otto is dead. Ulrich is dead. We can work through this, Peter. Hope is not lost. Everything can go back to the way it was before. Right, the way it was before. Like nothing ever happened. Peter. Please don't burn the library, Peter. He's burning them. What did you do? Dad? God save us, he's lit the manuscripts. Nothing's ever going to change. The books? Dad, what did you do? We need to get to the water and the sister's well, quickly before it spreads. Peter, the soldiers are in the Abbey. They're coming this way. We need to save as many of the books as we can. No, we need to get out of here. Andreas Maler is coming out of this burn. Andreas, let's go. I'm sorry. I can't. Andreas! What if we don't play Andreas in Act 3? What if in Act 3 we're the apprentice? What if we don't make it to Act 3? It's like violence happened after all. The library burns. We couldn't stop Peter. If it wasn't one of the monks, if it wasn't Guy that we pointed the finger at, do you think that Peter would have chosen differently? It's hard to say. Does this continue without us? Is the story about us, or is it about Tassing? Two fires. To all interested parties regarding investments made to Andreas Maler, artist of Nuremberg, for the creation of a mural in the Church of Our Lady. The Chamber Court upholds the rulings of the Nuremberg City Court and Council in 1526 and 27 respectively. All claimants signed contracts containing clauses under which their investments could be returned. As Andreas Maler's death indisputably resulted from a greater power, a contractually exempted circumstance, his estate cannot be held liable. In the interests of feminine liberty, his widow Sabine retains all contested investments. The 15th day of February, Anno Domini 1534. Hard to say. Who knows how many ways this could have turned out? Or if some of this was inevitable. We have finished Act 2. Oh! Magdalene speaks in letterblock print now. Wait. Magdalene was his daughter. She's just older now. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, she's Klaus's daughter. Just grown. At my age, it feels like the cold comes earlier every year. But we need this chill for the leaves to fall and the galls with them. What, you don't want to climb the saint's tree to pull them off? Even in my youth, that would have required divine intervention. No, thank you. I'll stay here on the ground, wait patiently for the Lord to deliver. Don't you have ink back at your father's shop, though? For the press, he has it delivered. This is just for my own drawings. Besides, sometimes it feels nice to do things the old way. An old way it is, I would know. Aught screw. Hey, Mags, Sister Gertrude. God bless you, Master Zimmerman. I told you not to call me that. What, Mags? Why? People call me Ots. You don't see me complaining. It's not even a name. It's a valley. You like being called Ots. So, why are you being so stuck up? Master Zimmerman, would you call Mary Magdalene, witness to our Lord's death and resurrection, Mags? I guess not. Then it seems only fitting you should call Mistress Druckrin by her full Christian name. All right, sorry, sister. Sorry, Mags. Magdalene. Anyway, your dad wants to see you. What? Why? Isn't he at the Rathau? He is. He wants you to grab his mural sketches and bring them. Fine. I suppose this is enough galls for now. I was just about finished, too. God bless you both. Don't be long, Magdalene. The council's waiting on us. Not sure why this falls on me, but I suppose I better get going. I think Dad left the Rathau plans on his workshop bench at home next to the printing press. Are we Magdalene? We're Magdalene. At least here in Act 3 for now. But Act 3 will wait for another night, because it's already past 1 o'clock. I did not sit down tonight with the intent that I would play for 5.5 hours and complete all of Act 2. But I couldn't stop. So, I'm really enjoying this. This has been gripping in many ways. And I'm really curious as to how else it could have gone down. I wonder if the reason Andreas Maler ran back into that library has something to do with the fact that we decided that he would have a love of books. If Andreas Maler was different, would his life have come to that point? What else could happen? I gotta know. So, thank you for joining me. I am planning to probably do the next run of this on Thursday evening. And for those of you who missed Act 1, I've got it uploaded to YouTube already. I just need to add a thumbnail, and I should be able to publish it. I will have that done, I think, no later than Friday. I'm going to try and do it earlier than Thursday. So I'll try and get it done tomorrow, so that if you missed Act 1, you can catch up with it before I play Act 3. Whew. This has been JupiterExile. I hope we wander again soon. Good night.